From that mic to that mic. That all? All right, listen up. Hey, we're going to go ahead and get started. It's going to take me a couple minutes to make a couple announcements. And welcome, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I'm John Shenholzer. I am the president and co-founder of the McShin Foundation. I'm also a person in long-term recovery from substance use disorders. For me, that means I've been clean and sober almost 40 years. That's a 4 and a 0. That's a long time. I said almost. And by, staying in this recovery process all these decades, it's allowed me to become a good father, husband, son, brother, uncle, good member in the community. But, most important, somebody who was able to live out their purpose for many years. And we're having a speaker jam today, as most of you know, and it runs from noon to 5. And the format is, and remember, you people are all here on the front end. So you're probably going to be the only ones to get the official set of agenda and instructions for today. The way it's going to work, hopefully, when you came through the door, everybody got a raffle ticket. Okay, if you did not get a raffle ticket, raise your hand. Terry over here, the one with the brand new shiny haircut, raise your hand, Terry. Terry gonna give you a raffle ticket. And these raffle tickets, at the end of each speaker, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. Exactly 15 minutes, no longer. Matter of fact, if I were you, I'd be back in your seat within 14 minutes. Because at the 15-minute mark after the first raffle, I have a $100 gift certificate right here. And the first door prize gets this. And it's to For Posh Sakes. Anybody heard of For Posh Sakes? For Posh Sakes is a upscale male-female boutique. It's right up here off of Chamberlain, right over the 295 bridge, the Food Line Shopping Center. My wife been shopping here for years. I actually got this vest there. So, and this is the January sale up there. So $100 gift certificate goes a long way in that boutique. They got all kind of cool stuff there. You will not regret getting this. This is the one you win. After each break, when we come back, we're going to give more raffle prizes. Also, Brandon, he's selling raffle tickets for $1 each. And what we're doing, 100% of all those raffle tickets we sell, the last thing we're going to do today is draw that raffle ticket. And if it's $280 in there, guess what you win? $280. If there's $1,000 in there, guess what you win? That's right, unless you're a newcomer. Then I'll hold the money for you till you get a sponsor and you know what to do with that kind of money. So we got we got prizes, we got raffles. But most important now I'm getting ready to tell you the most important thing here. Everybody raise your right hand. All right, put it down. Raise your left hand. All right, put it down. Do your head. I'm just making sure you're listening to this part. At the end, the last group we're doing, we're going to save about 30 minutes to the end. And I need to hear from y'all, the ones that sat through all. We got 6 great speakers, 3 couples, a couple that are living the dream in the Narcotics Anonymous pathway, a couple who are living the dream in the alcohol pathway, and a couple who are living the dream in the Christian faith-based pathway. So we're going to hear from the 3 largest pathways in America to true recovery. Whether you know it or not, there's 3 major pathways in recovery in America. There's basically NAAA or Christian faith-based. Everything else, then the majority or the major. And I'm not knocking any other pathway. This is not what this is about. Because we're going to VAR, Virginia Association of Recovery Residences, we're going to do quarterly events like this. And the next one, we might have medication-assisted pathways and holistic healing pathways. So we're going to do a series of these events, hopefully perpetuity. as long as bar is in existence. How many of y'all in a sober house or recovery residence? Y'all see that? Y'all look behind you. All the hands are up. Okay. And so VAR, we're going to go to a lot of trouble to provide quality social connection to recovery events. Y'all like social connection? And for those of you who don't know what that means, y'all like relationships? All right. Now we're talking, cooking with grease here. I like this. If you don't have a relationship when you got here, you ain't doing something right if you ain't got one by the time you, okay? Now, hopefully it's a relationship with power, God, that you understand, and new friends, recovery. And if you're like me, when I was a newcomer, you'll probably find that next one, and you know what I'm talking about. So we have a variety of exciting things going to happen today. Now, our first set of speakers, we're going to get to in just a second. Oh, by the way, there are restrooms down the end of the hall. We're going to have fabulous food and snacks throughout the day. Make yourself at home, feel comfortable. But when the speakers are speaking, please be attentive. All these folks took time from their weekend. So we want to be respectful and show them, how much we value is how much we value people when they come up experience strength and hope. But for the next hour or so, we ask you to please stay masked up best you can. The couple speak and they have an adult son who has brain injury or cancer, and they're caretakers, and they can't afford to take COVID around. And I know a lot of y'all had COVID already. How many folks already had COVID? Okay, so we've almost reached herd immunity, but we ain't quite there yet. Maybe after this weekend we'll make it. But, all right, listen up. This couple's going to tell you about their pathway. I'm not going to be the one to surprise everyone. I've known them since they first entered recovery, and I can honestly say they are a true beacon of hope for many folks to come. Very powerful speakers, very committed to their pathway. And these folks don't just talk about their pathway, they actually live it. And if you attend the 12-step meetings they attend, you will see them out there. You will see them active. This couple, like the next two sets of couples you're going to hear from, they have discovered this thing called purpose. They have transformed the purpose of finding and getting ways it means to get more to a purpose greater than themselves that is centered around carrying that hope that any addict can stop using drugs and lose that desire to use drugs and find a new way to live. And that new way to live is the purpose they're going to talk about. So you guys don't know it, but you're getting ready to get some true nuggets in recovery and how to get what they got. And if I know these folks correct, who gets it? All right, we got two mics, and you can I split the two mics, one hold one hold the other? All right, I just got that confirmation. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Rick and Robin. Big round of applause for Rick and Robin.
Addict named Rick. Man, it's good to be here. I'm real grateful right now. And, I want to thank John, the McShin organization, the RCO community for giving us this privilege to come up here and carry a message. But just so before I turn it over to Robin, John had mentioned we had a son and we had a little situation. So I want to clarify what he said. So, kind of what we dealt with this week and the last 10 days. About 10 days ago, we were sitting on the couch and we knew my son had passed out in a restaurant and we didn't know why. It wasn't alcohol related. It wasn't anything. And we knew he was going to the emergency room. At the time, me and Robin were both home and we thought we'd had COVID because I tested negative. I tested positive. So we're at home. We're doing the quarantine thing and she's figured she's been around me. So we're planning on doing, just isolating for 5 or 6 days. That night we got the call from my daughter-in-law, and the first thing she said they found a large mass on Corey's brain. Now Corey's 33, he works with me, he's my pride and joy. I do have a daughter that we love, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But we felt so powerless and we felt so helpless, and Robin went straight to prayer, and that's what I learned in here. And so the fear kicked in, guys. The fear kicked in heavy, and we just didn't know what to do. And so as time goes on, he was in the emergency room. We couldn't go. They transferred him over to Johnson Willis. The good news is we saw how things started working. I didn't have any symptoms, so I decided to test again. It came up negative. She tested, it was negative. So we got to go see my son. All the week prior, fear was just running rampant up and down. We're trying to keep the faith, man. We're doing everything that we've been taught, trying not to be paralyzed, trying to be strong for our son. But he's got a whole week that he's trying to live a normal life with his wife, my 2 grandkids, and he knows he's got this surgery that's unknown. So last Friday, we didn't think we were going to be able to go. COVID again. Another miracle. We got to sit in the waiting room, and the doctor came out. Another piece of fear kicked in. We saw the doctor walking to us, and that's when the hope kicked in. They talked in the meditation today about, worries, lack of faith. See, I practice all that stuff. Sometimes I fall short, but I got to go back to it. I'm not perfect at this. And the doctor delivered some very encouraging news. Successful operation. We think we have it all. What we're waiting on now is the pathology report. So, this is what we've been living with the last 10 days. We reached out to our support group. We did everything we were taught. We not once, I can speak for both of us. Well, I'll just speak for me. Not once was using anywhere in my thought process. Not wanting to deal with the feelings within my thought process, but Narcotics Anonymous and the people, in this program taught me how to deal with situations that come up the right way and to be present and just be there. And, we're waiting on that report. We're going to get it any day now. I took my son to the bank yesterday. It's the first time out. He said, Dad, I don't feel real comfortable driving. I'm not the best driver, guys. I'm a terrible driver. He said, Dad, I'm like on a suicide mission getting in the car with you. I just had a brain surgery. He's got a little humor, man. And we got in the car. He went to the bank. And on the way home, I said, I haven't asked you a lot of questions, but how do you feel about this report? He said, Dad, I'm at peace with it. The doctor told me, he thinks he got everything. If it's this way, it's another miracle in our life. If it's not, the solution is. So, and I was like, man, he just taught me, courage, strength, faith. My son, so we don't know what that report's going to bring. We really don't. But, again, the meditation today was to increase your conscious contact with God. What better way to do it than be on this stage talking to fellow addicts and getting ready to carry something that was just so freely given to me, because I wouldn't be here today or dealing with anything. And our story, once y'all, what you see here now is not what it was when we came in. John and a couple other guys out here know that. So I wanted to let y'all know what we've been, dealing with and we've been dealing with it. So with that, I'm going to turn you over to my wife, to Rob.
I'm Robin. I'm an addict in recovery. Good to be here today. That just got me all stirred up. I was going to share about that at the end, but I'll just tell you a little bit about my story. Wow, it's a miracle that we are here together, and you'll figure this out eventually. I am the only addict in my family, in my immediate family. I don't know where I came from. I know I'm the middle child. I always felt different. We met in high school. I was 14, he was 17. So we have a very long history together. We used together some in the beginning. It was always under control for me. I went to high school, finished high school. I went to 2 years of community college. We got married young. And, we had a really good life when we started out. Using was fun. It was, going out dancing, hanging with friends. We had a wide circle of friends. Life was good for us, and we were successful early on. We had our son that he was talking about, Corey. And after that, I was pregnant with our daughter, and I was going to be a stay-at-home mom. We had the corner house. He had started a business. We really had everything going for us. And unfortunately, our daughter only lived 12 hours after she was born. And that really rocked my world. I didn't know how to cope with the grief. All those feelings I just did not want to feel. The doctor offered me something to help calm me down and help me sleep, and I took it. And unfortunately, I used that for a crutch for the next 14 years because it was easy to say, I don't want to feel this. I don't want to have to deal with this, and I'll medicate. So we were blessed enough to have a daughter a couple years after that, and she's getting married this summer in a couple of months. So she's, I didn't know the reason why at the time. I knew afterwards there was a reason, for her to be born. So I had a couple of injuries, a couple of surgeries, and I was prescribed pain medicine. Well, that was my ticket, y'all. I felt like I could do anything. I was super mom, super wife. I could handle everything. Didn't really know at the time, and we have permission to talk about each other because our stories are so intertwined, but I didn't know at the time he was already addicted to it. And you know how it is when you need what you want, what you think you have to have. You do things, doctor shopping, all that kind of stuff. Started getting them from him. He used them to control me. And it just progressed from there. And we separated a few times. The police were regularly at our house. I mean, when I say insanity, I think y'all know what that means. He went to treatment a couple of times, came back, nothing had changed. He'd be using again. Then I got really bad off. I had a good job, and he had lost his business that he was with. His partner said, I'm done with you. You got to go. So it was all on me for my job. And I'll never forget one Friday morning, I was on the way to work, and I thought I was having a nervous breakdown. So I called my boss. I said, I can't come in. I think I'm having a nervous breakdown. He says, you go home and rest. I'll see you on Monday. So I went in Monday morning, and he called me and he said, I've got to let you go. I'm like, please, I've got to have my job. I have a substance abuse problem. I need help. Will you let me go to treatment? And he didn't want to let me go to treatment, but thank God he did. I mean, I think that was my higher power at work. And he said, okay, I'll let you go to treatment. So I went to a treatment facility. First place I was introduced to a 12-step fellowship. Didn't understand why this guy was coming in all excited with a year. He said he had a year and a half sober. He was all, excited. I now get it because I've been able to carry the message to people in treatment facilities and in jails and understand the passion that he had. But, what it did was it planted a seed for me. It kept me clean for a couple weeks. I would call home. He'd be saying, babe, I'm getting clean here. And I'm like, I'm clean. I'm going to come home. Everything's going to be great. Well, it didn't work out that way. When I got home, he was still using, and, I did an intensive outpatient, but I didn't have my heart and soul in it. And it was a matter of time, and I was using again too. What I found out is, two sick people can't have a healthy relationship. One sick person and a healthy person can't have a healthy relationship. And we were beyond healthy at this point. We had started out healthy, but the disease of addiction had run rampant in our lives and in our marriage, and and it devastates our whole family because it is a family disease. How I held on to that job for using a couple more years, I have no idea, but the grace of God. I do know that. We had, more separations. I filed for divorce. more treatment facilities. And then finally, I think the last thing was I had restraining orders against him and the kids had them against him and he went off to jail. So he gets out of jail and and we can't see each other, right? So I'm with the kids. We had to sell our house. We gave everything away. An entire retirement is gone because we gave it away to active addiction. You know, it's just part of the ways and means of trying to survive and using against my will. So I moved into, rented this little house I moved into with the kids, started hearing how he was going to meetings and he was looking good. I thought, that's cool. I'm still using. I had an injury and, you know, had a reason to use, I thought. But I kept hearing how well he was doing. And I said, okay, maybe I can't continue to hide my disease behind him because, y'all, I blamed him for a lot of my using. If he hadn't have done this to me, if he hadn't have treated me this way, if, you know, yada, 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 if I hadn't have lost a daughter, I didn't take responsibility for my own disease until it kicked me in the butt. So I said, okay, I'm going to give this thing a try. You know, if he's doing well, maybe it'll help me. So I remember I went to my first NA meeting at Johnston Willis Hospital, Saturday Night Live. It was 8:00 meeting. And I walked in there scared, but people were smiling. And I thought, this is, you know, different. And they were like, glad you're here. Welcome. You know, keep coming back. And I'm like, why would y'all want me back? You know, I couldn't stand my own self. I didn't want to really be around anybody because I hated myself so much, but they were welcoming and wanted me to come back. And I saw people laughing. And I thought, wow, I haven't truly laughed in a really long time because I've been in so much pain from active addiction in my life. So I started going to these meetings. I got a sponsor. I didn't stay clean, but I kept going. And I remember going in there and sharing that I wanted to use. And knowing I was going to go use because I had it in the car, but I was still coming to meetings. Because I was that hurt and that willing to try something different. Meantime, he's staying clean. He's doing well. I dropped the restraining order, one of them, or I don't know, but there's, anyway, we started seeing each other again, but I was still using, and he'll tell you his side of that, but I struggled for like 7 months, and I'll never forget this guy came up to me in a meeting, and he says, I don't want to see you die. And that hit me. That somebody cared about me and loved me and wanted me to be here. My sponsor at that time said, look, you're using, I can't help you anymore. So, I mean, there was some divine intervention there, but I had to find another sponsor. He told me what he had to say. He was ready to come get the kids. And I said, okay, I'm going to go to treatment, right? You know, I want the softer, easier way. I'm going to go to my boss. I got it all figured out. I'm going to go to treatment one more time. And then I'm going to, you know, be ready. So I went to him one morning, told him I'd relapsed. Of course, I've been using the whole time. I'm sure he knew with my behavior. And I said, I'd like to go to treatment again. And he said, no, I gave you your chance. So he knows what I'm doing. He knows I'm going to have to detox and I'm going to have to show up to work. I can't call in sick. I'm done. So I did do a medical detox. And on the 8th day, I flushed it. I completely surrendered that it wasn't working. I was sick and tired of feeling the way I was feeling, and I was ready to commit to a program of recovery. You know, for me, that's been Narcotics Anonymous. That is the only thing that has worked for me. I have, you know, I grew up going to church. I was a hypocrite. I was using and being in church, playing handbells, teaching vacation Bible school and all that stuff, and I couldn't stop using. I needed something that was non-judgmental, that was accepting, that was, you know, going to help me get back in a connection with my higher power. And that's what Narcotics Anonymous has done for me. So when I did make that commitment, I jumped in with both feet. I got on a service service position, and you don't have to have clean time, y'all, to get a service position. I mean, to be on a committee. I got on a special events committee. We were getting ready to put on the next convention. So I showed up and started doing breakfast. We had a breakfast over here, gosh, 16 years ago, or almost 16 years ago. And we were cooking breakfast. And for the first time, I felt a part of something. I felt some value, something I hadn't felt in so long. And it was exciting to be a part of a group, that where we all had, a willingness to work together. Excuse me. And from that, I started my home group, which is still my home group after all these years. It's called Spiritual Connection. We meet Saturday nights at 6:30. And the other meeting, the 8 o'clock meeting, was closing. So I was like, I'm going to start a home group. And I had a lady that had a couple years clean, just gotten out of jail, and said, I'll help you. Well, people thought I was crazy because they saw me pick up white tags for 7 months straight. But you know what? It gave me a purpose. It gave me a reason to want to show up and be there for somebody else. Okay, I had 2 months clean, but you know what? I had other people were coming to show up and carrying a message. And I could at least carry a message that I stayed clean for 2 months, right? Because when I came in the door, I couldn't stay clean for 5 minutes. But I did have a little something to give away at that point. So it's just been a journey. We were able to put our marriage back together, but that was only because we stayed separated for over a year. In recovery, I had to work on myself. I couldn't tell you what my favorite color was. I couldn't tell you what I liked to eat because I had always been trying to be somebody else other than who I was. So we had to work on ourselves individually. We also had to do outside counseling because we didn't know how to communicate, because the last 8 or 9 years was, give me what you got, leave me alone, don't talk to me, or it was abusive. So we had a lot of forgiveness for each other. We did some really awful things to each other that we wouldn't have done if we weren't using. And we know that today. So we have been able to work through all of that and forgive each other and make amends. We've made direct amends as well as indirect amends to each other over time. So as far as my journey, I got involved with all kinds of, service commitments. I've worked the steps. I got a new sponsor. I've sponsored people. We've done inpatient treatment together where we would carry a meeting in and share our story. And it's funny because, we get in there, it's like a Sunday night at 8 o'clock, and nobody wants to see us on Sunday night at 8 o'clock. They want to watch football or not show up. So we go in there and we look, we try not to judge, but we look at people and they don't want to look at us. They don't want to be there, right? And they're looking at us probably thinking, what do these two people have in common with me? And then we start sharing our story and they're like, wow. But all we can do and all I can do is plant a seed, which was planted for me. What recovery has done for me, so grateful. I truly believe God brought me to NA and NA brought me back to God. And that's who I call my higher power. Because thank God for a relationship with the God of my understanding, who I've had to change the characteristics that I wanted in my higher power, certainly to be loving, caring, non-judgmental, forgiving, graceful, just everything good, all the spiritual principles that I've been learning about while working the steps. And I'm telling you what, the God of my understanding has shown up for us, for me and for us in recovery. We have gone through some challenges. I know we just talked about our son, but way before that, when we got back together, we bought a house and then the market crashed and he lost his job and we owed the IRS and we were maxed out on credit cards. And we were talking on the way over here. We came and talked to John years ago and he's like, y'all got to let go of that house. It's going to drown you. And we're like, well, we're trying and talk to people and get their experience, strength, and hope. How did you go through all this financial struggles? Our daughter was getting ready to go to college and we didn't have anything for her to go to college. And, what I kept hearing was trust the process, but trust the outcome. My sponsor kept saying, trust the process, trust the outcome. You're only required to put in the footwork, put in the effort, the outcome's up to God. And, that's not easy. That's not easy when you're a control freak and you want to know the outcome of everything and how it's going to play out. But I've had to really learn to live these spiritual principles. Not just read about them, not talk about them, but truly live them. I made a God box, and I would put these big things in the God box, and then I put little things in the God box too. But for me, it was the ability to let it go, because I would pray and ask God to take this, and then I would take it back in my head and obsess over it some more. And so there, all of these things, and talking about this with other people and asking them, how did you go through this? And I got some really good suggestions. Then I just put forth the effort, and over time, we were 2 weeks from foreclosure on the house. It was in the paper, and man, we're still in it today. It is by God's grace and the way he's worked things out for us because we put in the effort. We've just, 3 years ago, his mom was sick with cancer. What a wonderful lady. She's loved me like a daughter since 14. She passed away from cancer in February. I had a sponsee pass away from cancer in June. His dad died of a broken heart in July, and my dad died in October. 9 months. Didn't want to use. I didn't think about using. That is a gift of this program. And I'm telling y'all, the fellowship showed up for us. They were there for every service. What can we do? Brought food. Are you okay? And I wouldn't have been able to go through that had I not been coming to meetings regularly and hearing other people share about how they lost a loved one, or how this happened, or this tragedy, and how they continue to go through this, how they walk through things. If I'd have quit coming, I don't know that I would have handled those things. 1, clean, and 2, with any kind of dignity. So the program and the fellowship have continued to show up in my life every single day. We've gotten through that. My mom is 90. I continue to show up for her. Things that I didn't do when I was in active addiction. She counts on me today. I'm on her financial stuff, which is amazing because my dad had taken me off of everything years ago. I've been able to build trust back today. People couldn't trust me when I got here. I couldn't trust myself. But, working the steps and living a life that is to the best of my ability, staying clean and focusing on gratitude and positivity and not the negative stuff. I have built that trust today, with my boss after he wanted to fire me and then didn't want to give me another chance. A couple years ago, I was able to make a direct amends to him. And that was very powerful, y'all, because he's like a father figure to me. So I've grown so much in this process, but I know I have more growth to do, more things to attain. A higher spiritual level is really important to me, for me to be out of the way, for God to work in my life, and we certainly found that out with our son just a couple weeks ago. Just knowing that I had the opportunity, or I knew what to do, was immediately to pray. And I'm telling y'all, when that fear kicked in the day before his surgery, God said, I've got him. I've heard that twice, just as if he was sitting right here next to me. I didn't have that kind of relationship with my God before I got here. I was too ashamed. So I'm so grateful for Narcotics Anonymous and for the people that God has put in my life in this program, as well as outside of this program, to make me a better person so that I can show up today for people, that I could be here today and just share my experience, strength, and hope. And if you're new, please give yourself this chance. Don't cut it short, because I was 44 when I got clean, 43 when I got clean, and I wasted a lot of years. So you don't have to continue to waste your life. Just show up, continue to show up, and just stay in this process, because you will live, I'm assuming, because I know for me, I'm living a life beyond my wildest dreams. So thanks for letting me share.
Daddy named Rick.
Hey, Rick.
I didn't think you were going to be to talk that long. She got on a roll, man. You know, we're a little nervous coming over here with everything going on, but man, every time we do this and I hear her share, it pops so many feelings and emotions back up, and then the gratitude kicks in that we're sitting here today, man, because using behavior, using results. Recovery behavior, recovery results. This is a great result to be here, man, and I appreciate y'all, you know, focusing in. I usually when you know, people move around and stuff like that. But appreciate y'all giving us the chance to, you know, carry a message, because it's certainly, you know, helping me today. It's certainly, I'm sure it's, you know, I'm positive it's helping us both. But, you know, to go back, and a little bit of it's going to double up a little bit, because she told you when we met, she was 14. Now, guys, she told me she was, you know, she didn't tell me she was 14. I saw her walk, and we went to a little small private school in Powhatan, and I was a senior, and I saw this little thing walking across the parking lot, and I'm like, damn, I haven't seen her before. Probably because she was just in the 8th grade the year before, and I was in high school. So she pulls a little manipulation, and I was on the basketball team. She was the cheerleader, and she pulled a little manipulation that she left her trumpet at home, and so we started talking. She had a little dress on, and she didn't look 14. Okay, I'm gonna just leave it at that. All right, she didn't look 14. So we started dating, and what I couldn't figure out is why she always wanted me to pick her up at the shopping center down the road. So finally, after we done dated a few times and I'm head over heels, she goes, I got to tell you something. I said, what? She said, I'm not 16, I'm 14. I said, oh, God. These days, that wouldn't be good. Yeah. But, you know, and it was just, so you started our relationship on dishonesty, you know, so I should have known it was going nowhere. But anyway, man, we're just going through it, man. You know, we were able to, you know, date a little bit. I went, how many proms I went to with, golly, I felt like I went to so many homecomings and so many proms, because she graduated 3 years behind me. So I had to do that all over again. But anyway, we ended up getting married. You know, I think I was 23, she was 20. And, you know, she said it, man, we had a good life. You know, I was working, I was usually, you know, pretty successful. And, you know, I started my own business. Now I'm going to tell you guys, this is not bragging whatsoever, but the worst thing for an addict to have is a pocket full of money. Yeah, because, you know, I had a little change. I had a good little retirement built up. 2 addicts with the disease progressing, you know, goes nowhere. So anyway, to fast forward a little bit, man, you know, our youth and progressed over the years. It progressed over the years. We were social. I was in sales. I was doing that thing. She was to stay at home. You know, I controlled her. She said that. If I had what she wanted, I could get what I wanted. And that's what I held over her head for a long time. Guys, I never knew I was hooked. I don't like to name a drug, but the drug that I used, if you didn't have it, you got very sick. Now, we had this trip with a couple that we were going over to the Bahamas on a little 4-day package. And I was supposed to get some stuff. Now, she mentioned she didn't know what I was doing. And, you know, I thought I was hiding it well. And I got over there, and all of a sudden, I started getting real sick and real emotional. And I didn't know what was going on because I didn't take anything with me. The guy didn't show up. I said, no big deal. I didn't think I was that far into it. That was a trip from heck, wasn't it? You know, so I stayed drunk the whole trip. But here's what I found out, guys. When I got home, I'd stashed a little stuff. So when I took it, I got well real quick. So my solution was I just won't run out. I didn't know nothing about recovery. My solution was I just won't run out. Well, you know, that wasn't in the cards with 2 addicts using the disease progressing. So she mentioned it, man. I had a good business. I was making a good little piece of change, and my partner noticed my behavior changing, not coming in, crazy behavior, and he gave me a few chances, and I went off to treatment. I went to 3 nice treatment centers. Guys, what I learned, man, you can go anywhere. If you're not ready, you're not ready. If you're not willing, you're not willing. And I was none of that. I did it all for the wrong reasons. I did it for her. I did it for, everybody else but me. Man, until you do this for yourself, my experience is it's not going to work. And, she mentioned the treatment centers. Yeah, there was some seeds planted, but I never took suggestions. I figured I've been there 28 days. I've been clean for 28 days. I'm good. I can use one more time. That one more time thing. And it never worked for me. Fast forward, disease progressing, continuing to use, abuse starting. She talked about forgiveness, huge in our story. I knew I crossed the line one night when she wouldn't give me something when I was sick. It was in the middle of the night. The kids were in there. They were screaming. I had my hands around her neck. I wanted to kill her. I knew I'd crossed the line. It's painful to share that because that's not me. That was the disease of addiction just trying to get me in a little deeper. And she mentioned, I had 3 restraining orders that I can remember. I broke 3 restraining orders. I ended up in jail. I'd always bought my way out of them, guys. I had, like I said, I'd hire attorneys. I got like 3 DUIs in 2 years. It was just insane what I was doing. And I kept buying my way out of it. But the last one, when we were separated and I was living at my parents' and I had this order in that I couldn't go anywhere near. So I convinced myself that I was going to go out to her house and I was going to convince her she loved me. I'm going to knock on the door and tell her, hey, look at me. I got 2 days clean. You love me. I got this recovery thing down. I can show you. So she freaks out. So I'm chasing. I'm like, what's going on? Well, she had a phone. I took her phone and I broke her phone. That's abduction. Money don't buy you out of jail for that. So I ended up down in Prince George. Cops knew me well coming to my house. They said, Rick, you're not going to bail. You're not getting out of this one. This is abduction. There's no bond. Oh, I'll get out of it. I was arrogant, man. I thought I was better than it. Was just nuts how I acted. And I ended up down there in the most violent pod down there in Prince George at a regional jail. Guys, sitting in there, detoxing, feeling like crap, couldn't sleep. You know what I thought about every day? I didn't care that I lost her. I didn't care I couldn't see the kids. I didn't care that my job. I wasn't worried about none of that. All I thought about was getting out and using that one more time again. One more time. God stepped in. Through all the insane stuff I went through, I met a guy in Narcotics Anonymous and an IOP. He really attached himself to me, and I couldn't understand why this guy's so happy. What's he talking about? All this recovery and what we do. And I was like, I couldn't stand him, but he ended up being my dad's nurse. Small world. So he found out that I was down at this place, and he sent me a letter, another God piece. He sent me a letter, and he said, I know everything you've gone through. I know what you've done. I know what you've lost. When you get out, I'll be ready for you and take you to an NA meeting. Call me when you get out. Now, restraining order, I've lost everything. She finally dropped the restraining order. They let me out. I was going to live with my sister. She had up in the attic. She fixed me a little room. And I got out of jail, and I remember they were waiting for me. And I wasn't thinking about this guy in NA that gave me this paper that said, when you get out of jail, give me a call. I was thinking about, I'm going to go use one more time. Another God thing, guys. My dad's sitting there. My world got so small, I had no friends. My family was gone. It was just my mother and dad, my sister that said, if I stayed clean, I could live in that attic if I went to meetings. My dad met me when my brother dropped me off, and he said, what you got planned tonight? I said, I'm just going to, go out with a buddy tonight. I had a plan to use. And he said, I want you to call this lady right here. It's my probation officer. couldn't stand her at the time. I love her right now. She was the angel that, if she wasn't there, I wouldn't be here today. She said, I want you to go to a meeting tonight, and I want you to get your paper signed. And tomorrow morning, I want you to come in here, and if you test dirty, you're going back to the jail for 3 years. I ain't like that jail that much. I really didn't. So I figured I'm going to go, and I want to run through this because this is important. I went to the other fellowship, and it was nothing about what fellowship I went to. I went to this meeting over at Johnson Willis Hospital, and I walked probably to the oldest predecessor. He must have had 80 years. And I go to him and I said, hey, man, can you sign my paper? This is before the meeting starts. I was going to get my paper signed and get the heck out of there. I can go use. He looked at me and he gave me the old, sit down, shut up. I sit there and had a resentment toward that son of a gun the whole meeting. I was going to pop his tires. I was going to go burn his house down. I get what that guy was doing now, but I was mad at him the whole meeting. I like the fact, well, he probably ain't living now, but I thank you. All right, so the next night, I called her. She's doing for me what I can't do for myself. She says, go to an NA meeting tonight. I remember that guy that wrote me that letter in jail. And I went over to south of the James, which ended up becoming my home group. Went in there angry, but what I noticed, guys, that these people were happy, they were hugging, they were fellowshipping, and it was just something about that meeting that night. I was like, wow, this is what, I was a popular guy, man. I had a big world, and this disease made it very small. And to see that again gave me that little bit of hope. I'm not saying that I wanted to stop using. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, which this lady, this probation officer did for me was she said, every day call me. And she said the same thing over and over and over. Go to a meeting tonight, get your paper signed. If you test dirty in the morning, you will go to jail. She did that for 45, 50 days until she cut me loose. All right, now I'm gonna get into, I'm clean. I got a job. I'm selling mortgages. A lady in the fellowships rents me an apartment. Little girl of it, she's still using. She got her, we're separated. I'm wanting to date her. She's going to meetings and people are calling me saying, Robert's still picking up tags. We do that. I mean, and she wasn't supposed to tell me, but I'm getting clean. I'm enjoying this life. I'm waking up with a freaking choice for the first time in years, guys. I'm waking up with a purpose again. My purpose was using every day, controlling her, getting her something so she would do what I want. That was my purpose. So, I was starting to wake up with a purpose and a choice again. She's wanting to see me. I cleaned up. I started looking good again, Ross. I started looking good again. She found out, okay? She found out. Now, John's not going to remember this, but he might. I had an apartment, and John had a guy that was living in his house, and he had a little slip. So John called me up, and he said, Rick, got this guy and his son. I want you to come. I want him to come live with you for a while. You remember him, John? Okay, all good. All good. I owe you for that one, nobody. All right, so this guy comes in and moves in with me, and he's doing a recovery program. He's doing good at the time, his son, and I've got my apartment. But I never forget, man, it was Christmas night. We hadn't had Christmases. Now, remember, we're separated. We're straining orders off. We're starting to, court a little bit, flirt a little bit. I didn't like her, but I still loved her with all the shit she put me through. And I remember she invited me over for Christmas. Now, guys, our Christmas and the kids, it was insane. We were going to use through the night. We were going to wake up. We were going to have this great little Christmas. And so Christmas past were terrible for the last, so many years back. But I remember she invited me over. She talked about, she got a little rental house and the kids were living with her. I'd had the apartment. I called John. And he said, I said, what do you think about it? She wants me to spend Christmas tonight with her. He said, well, you better take such and such with you. I said, what? He said, yeah, you need to take somebody with you. It's been a long time, guys. I didn't need anybody blocking me at all. I'm just being real, man. I didn't need, hey, yeah, that's just being real. So I go over there. We're having this little nice Christmas, wrapping, kids are here. I'm so caught up into what I was doing in the kids, she kept disappearing. And I didn't pick up on it, but this guy that I took did. And now I get why it was, I figured out why it was suggested. I was so emotionally attached, I couldn't see what was going on. And she was in the bathroom using. I thought enough of me and my kids, with her crying, the kids crying. I got in the car with this guy and we rode down 288. I'm crying for all kind of reasons. I'm crying because the kids are crying. I'm crying because we're not going to have that Christmas I wanted. I'm crying for her because she's in the grip. But I'm crying for me because I'm finally doing this for myself. I thought enough of me to pull away. And I'm not taking credit for for anything, her getting clean or anything, but she got clean. It's February
4th.
Come on, don't mess me.
Christy's
February 4th, she got clean because I told her that I could not see her anymore until she decided to live a recovery life and surrender to this program. Guys, she shared about it. She was on a medical detox. She called me up. She had to keep her job. She called me up and says, I'm flushing it today. I'm done. I'm flushing it today. I said, you crazy. Because I knew she had to go to work. I knew she had to keep kids. She surrendered. She's done. She ain't found it necessary to use since. All right, guys, we're building a life. She said two sick people can't have the healthy relationship. We separated. We worked on ourselves. She worked her recovery. I worked my recovery. She had her group. I had my group. We met in the middle. We started making this a lifestyle. Use it as a lifestyle, guys. Recovery is a lifestyle. That's what it is. And we both decided, I decided, and she decided, then we decided this was going to be our life. And, we were able to patch our marriage back, marriage counseling. We went through all of that. We were able to put some pieces, put things behind us, with step work. Man, without it, we wouldn't be here. And, we bought a house and she mentioned it. We went into foreclosure. It's so many challenges we've been through in recovery. But Narcotics Anonymous, guys, taught me how not to use a day at a time. But it also teaches me how to deal with things that come up in life, because life is going to show up no matter how clean I get, what kind of recovery program so that's why I say I have to stay in position to deal with those things that come up in life, because I do not want to put another one back in me. I am not powerless until I put one in today, guys. Once I put it in, I'm off and running, and I don't know when I'm going to come back, if I will. So I've got to do things sometimes I won't want to do to not put one in me. And that involves regular meeting attendance after a few years. That involves staying connected with winners in this program. Read December 10th if you don't know what I mean. Winners in this program that can guide me and make me a better person in this path. And then maybe along the way, pick up some people that are willing that I can help, that were there for me. I will help anybody that's willing. Sometimes I try to help people that are not willing. It just doesn't go too far. So, we've been able to piece so much back together, and through this process and trusting that, the effort, the outcome, and all this stuff, man, where our life is today, man, I've got to hit on it. I mean, we're both very active. Like I said, I've got a number of sponsees now that are there for me more than I'm there for them right now. And this thing is a two-way street, guys. Y'all hear it. Sponsorship. My sponsees have helped me so much this last week, because when I got the news of what's going on, I put out a group text to my sponsees and says, guys, this is what's up, because I needed that support. That's what I was taught. I need to go to meeting and share where I'm at and the fears I have so I can start getting the feedback, so I can lose that fear and so that faith will kick in. We were able to, it's just amazing, man. And I'll speed through this because I don't have but 5 more minutes, but when we got back together, we had nothing. We had nothing. I mean, we were broke. I had maybe a couple $100 if that. And I always wondered when we get back together, will I be able to put my daughter through college? Effort. I kept hearing it. Trust the outcome. Guys, my daughter went through college 5 years. She made the dean's list. I mean, it's almost paid for. We got her through that. She's getting ready to get married, guys. How am I going to pay for my daughter's wedding? The wedding is paid for. I mean, don't even ask me. 9 years ago, we were in freaking foreclosure. Monday, we're going to figure out how we're going to start working on retirement. I mean, it's just the miracles that, all that stuff, is not the most important thing. But I do like, success. I mean, I was at failure for so long. My son works for me now. I might have mentioned that earlier. I got a great job 12 years ago that was just for somebody in the program, just gave me an opportunity, and it changed my life, changed her life, changed my family's life. It's been the best thing. My son went to work for me 4 or 5 years ago. It's changed his life. My son used to have a job where he employed recovering addicts. He loves Narcotics Anonymous because he knows what it did for his parents. It gave him his parents back. God brought us to NA, and he gave us our life back. Wow. So, I'm going to continue to do what I do. Because Scott and I were just talking, man, you do what you do, you get what you get. You do some positive things, man, you stand a little bit positive, get some positive results. But, man, I really appreciate being here today. This has meant the world to me. I know it's meant the world to Robin. Check this out, guys. Pop, Gigi get to keep the grandkids tonight. And if you'd have told me years ago, I'd be excited to be going home and keeping an 18-month-old and a 4-year-old, and I'm going to chase him around the yard with a bad back and bad knees and love the heck out of it. That's the stuff I get to do today. And, it's just a life like Robin shared beyond my wildest dreams. So I'm just going to continue to suit up, show up, trust the process, keep putting in the effort, trust in the outcome, work on surrender, work on acceptance, working on keeping the faith, and just, know everything's going to be okay because I am not in control. Thanks for letting me share.
Well, how was that first round? Good? What Rick didn't tell you 9 years ago, or 15, I don't know how long you've been around. How long has it been? 16 years ago, when we were talking about the house to foreclosure, he was so upside down, it wasn't until recently he got above water. So, and Robin didn't mention, her employer, somebody way up there in the world, asked her, look, when you going to retire so I can retire? The relationship got so good, the boss don't want to retire till she retires. So that's powerful messaging right there. Now, anybody in here did not get a raffle ticket, you see, where's my raffle boy? Terry's got the raffle tickets over there because at exactly 1:45, we're drawing the raffle tickets and we're going into our next speaker. And if the door prize tickets. Everybody in here gets one door prize ticket, and we do door prizes the rest of the day. If you want to buy a raffle ticket, see Travis right here? They're $1 each. And at the end of the day, 100% of that money goes to one lucky winner. And if it's too much money, we might have 2 lucky winners. So 15-minute break exactly. And you know the rules, right? All right, have fun. See you in 15 minutes. Get your raffle, get your door prizes from Terry and raffle tickets from Travis. It ain't on. No, still ain't on. Is it on? You got to turn it up. You can, but you still hold it here or up here. This is a different mic. All right, listen up. Man, some of y'all must want to win these raffle prizes. That's impressive, man. How many of y'all want to win a door prize? How many of y'all don't have your door prize ticket? If you don't, you better hurry up and see Terry right here. He'll give you a door prize ticket. If you do not have a door prize ticket, keep your hand up. He'll give you one real quick. No more hand. You only get one. Come on, Terry. We're running out of time. If you don't have a door prize ticket, put your hand up really quick. He'll come to you. How'd y'all like that first speaker? Good? Y'all, man, I tell you what, we bringing the heat today, man. Now, I just want to remind everybody that this little group we're doing today, this event is Virginia Association of Recovery Residents, VAR for short. It's a state sober home association, and some of the specifics is McShin supplying the venue, set up and clean up, and this is a nice venue. Agree? Yeah. By applaud, how you like the venue? That's right. And how'd y'all like them hamburgers and hot dogs earlier? Yeah, that was True Recovery. True Recovery provided the hamburgers and hot dogs. Y'all like the coffee so far? Well, that's Starfish. Starfish provided the coffee and all the condiments. I think he spoiled y'all by bringing in that flavored cream and stuff. I would have never supplied that. And he also did refreshments. And Journey House providing the fruit and the snacks throughout the afternoon. So let's give all these folks a big hand. And the War Foundation provided me. They just brought in a pocket full of door prizes we'll be giving out. So that's from War, and I give them a hand. But I promise y'all that the big money one, first one's back. Get this $100 gift certificate to For Pa's Sake. Now, if somebody wins this and they don't know what it means or how valuable it is, or they may not get up to that place, come see me, and I'll give you $40 cash for this. So you can get $40. You can get $40 cash. Walt will give you $50. If you want $50 cash, you see Walter. If you want $40, you see me, and I'll sign mine, so it'll be a collector's item. All right, where's Terry at? Come here, man. He gave that to you. Where'd he go? He wasn't allowed to step out. That's bull. You know what? All right, get your numbers out. You got to be present to win. The last three numbers, 154. 154. If they ain't in it, you got it? Anybody? 154, last three numbers? All right. Yep, see, they don't realize the value of these things, man. All right, the next one is 169. 169. Nobody? All right, come here. Come here, give me the box, man. Hold that thing right here. Hurry up. Should I put him back in or keep him out? Yeah, screw him. 116. 116. You got it? You sure? We'll put them all back. Oh, I'll just put that. Let me see it. Now, you want the cash or the gift certificate? He gonna give you $50 right now for it. It's worth $100. It's For Pa's Sake. Y'all figure it out. But that's a $100 gift certificate to that place on there. And if you don't want it, if you want to get $50, he'll give you $50 right now for it. Oh, in the money. All right. Now I'll give you 40. I got my money right here. All right. All right. All right, listen up. You sure that's turned up? I can't hear myself, man. I'm going to introduce Walt, and Walt going to introduce the next speakers. Walt, bring my gift certificate up here. I'll give her the money. Oh, no, man. Oh, no. Well, I don't know how much cash I got on me. Come here, Walt. Hey, y'all work that out at the next break. She's raffling on a little side hustle here. You're welcome. Thanks for coming. All right, now listen, once again, I got to remind folks, people take their time out to come down here and share with you. So respect them, respect the time. I like the way the last speaker complimented y'all from, really behaving. That was a good sign. And remember, at the end of the day, we're doing the big money raffle right after our panel. So, Walt, you take it away from here. Give Walt a big win. Y'all know Walt.
Thanks. Yeah, so good afternoon. I'm Walter, a person in long-term recovery. With the help of multiple ways of recovery and faith-based, I've been able to stay clean now for 26 years. Yeah. So I'm always honored to ask to introduce a predecessor. People who was here before I got here, who helped pave the way. In 1993, when I came to the Richmond area, it was this place called 919. That place not there no more. As a matter of fact, a lot of recovery programs, places has shut down, but I'm glad, John and, with the supporting team, Jesse, Honesty, Matt, they have been able to keep the McShin up and running, for multiple pathways of recovery to come here, even medicated assistant treatment. You talk about that in the Narcotics Anonymous program, you get shined upon. So I'm grateful, for what the McShin Foundation has done and brought me on board. But this couple I'm introducing, when I say I got here, we used to go to a lot of 210, Madison, AA meetings. Back then it wasn't a lot of NA meetings. It was more AA meetings. And I remember going to one of those meetings. I saw this man. I didn't see his wife at that time, but I saw him. And I always liked the smooth, cool, devastating approach way that he approached the work. Because if you want to stay clean, you got to do some work. But the way he approached the work, it was real loving and caring. And at that time, I remember asking him to sponsor me. That was back in 93, 94. I have relapsed since then. But I came back, and again, I'm coming up on 27 years. But he was one of the guys back then that I had met when I used to always go to 210 Madison. And I stayed around. I learned so much more. He have a lovely wife. I'm gonna let her say a little bit about herself. But one thing I do know, right? A man that found the wife find a good thing and obtain favor from God. And they've been married. I'm letting them tell you how long they've been married and all that great stuff. But one thing I know, even though the man is the head, he can never operate without his neck. And I'm gonna tell you, man, she's a good lady. She's a good woman, and she identified herself as being the boss. So I'm gonna give you Everett and Carolyn, husband and wife, he and the boss. Come on.
Thanks, Walter. I love you, my brother. Hello, family. My name is Carolyn. I'm an addict. Some people describe themselves as a recovering addict or recovered addict. I'm just an addict. I am not just or wasn't just addicted to drugs. I was addicted to any and everything I ever approached in life. So I identify myself as an addict. I was addicted to music. I was addicted to cleaning my house. I was addicted to anything that I did. So I'm just an addict. I'm here for support of my husband. He's getting ready to speak. I am not a speaker, so I'm not going to even try to pretend that I am. I'm here for his support, just to show that this program does work. I've been clean and sober for 34 years. By God's grace, only by God's grace. And I'll say this just to identify how I met this lovely person right here. We met in treatment, and we have been together ever since. Praise God. So without further ado, just to let you know this program works, I'm going to shut my mouth and let my husband speak.
My name is Everett, and I'm an addict. How many people don't want to be here today? It's okay. It's all right. How many people don't want to be here? That was the first thing I had to come to grips with when I got clean. Do I want to sit in this damn meeting for 60 minutes? Do I want to be here? And a couple of times, the answer was no. And I left out the meeting and did what I had to do, used. But this last time, man, was different, man. It was different. Let me do some disclaimers first. I have what's called chemo brain. I have cancer, multiple myeloma. And the side effects from the chemo, I take chemo every day. And the side effects from chemo gives you what's called chemo brain, where I can be in the middle of a sentence, man, and lose it. Gone. Gone. So if I sound odd, crazy, or anything else, just hold your hands up, man, and keep me on track, because sometimes I just can't get it. Coming to NA and AA early on was real different than what it is now. Things change. Some for the good and some not so good. But things were different in that we didn't have a lot of the opportunities that you guys have today. And I'm gonna show you one of them. This box that you see on the paper is chip they use, so don't worry about it. It's clean. It's clean. That was a meeting schedule for 1988. I had a meeting scheduled for AA. I only have one. It was a little booklet. And I don't want to take the chance on that being misplaced, so I didn't bring it. I've been clean 34 years. Never thought that would happen. Never thought that I could accomplish something like that. When I got clean, I prayed for a lot of things. But the two things I prayed for that hadn't worked for me in the past, I prayed hard for this stuff. One of them was to stay clean. And the other one was to have a healthy relationship. I never had either two of those things before. And that's what I needed. I was in treatment in 1988. I got a call down to the front desk of the facility, 919, that Walter was talking about. And I was told that my baby's mother had been killed. The baby was just 6 months old. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. I was stuck. So I talked to the house manager and said, look, let me leave for a couple of days and I'll come back. And she said, Everett, where you leaving? Where you going? I said, man, I just want to get some information on who killed my baby's mama. In my mind, I was saying, man, I'm going to kill me somebody. They told me no, they weren't going to let me go. I had a choice whether to leave or not, but they weren't going to let me go. They allowed for me to go to the funeral. The family of my daughter's mother thought I had done it. And I couldn't have done it because I was locked up before I came into the facility. Came to the funeral, did that. The family swore that they were going to get me. So for a lot of years, I walked around with my head on a swivel, you know, not knowing what was going to happen. That was in 88. This is in 22. I haven't seen them people since. And they live right here in the city. But through God's grace, I haven't seen them people since. So that started off this journey for me. Didn't know if I wanted to stay clean or not. The decision was made for me, really. In that same treatment facility, I was put out. And the manager of the house told me at the door with my suitcases on the floor, she said, you know, you're going to be shooting dope before dark. See ya. And I meant that I won't go shoot no dope before dark. I came back up to that house every day just to walk past so somebody could see me and said, damn, I just saw Everett, he won't hide. Another reason why I kept walking back and forth past that business, because she was in there. She was in there. And I needed something, man. I needed somebody. I needed something bad, fast. I made it through. Didn't use. How y'all like those schedules? Yeah, yeah. That's what we had to deal with when we got here, man. And you could hear a lot of stuff in this fellowship. Some of it good, some of it not so good. You know, one of the things that bothered me, and it exists, white meetings and black meetings. Man, I don't give a damn what kind of meeting it is. Stop the bleeding, man. Just stop the bleeding. You know, I spent a lot of my initial time early on at 210 North Madison. It saved my life. You know, I believe that NA or AA, God created them both for people like us. During that time, we had a lot of purists around. You can't go to no AA meeting if you're an addict. That's the kind of talk you heard, you know. And I used to tell folks, man, you go kill somebody with that kind of shit. You know, whatever it takes to stop the bleeding, man. My counselor asked me one time, my therapist rather, asked me, said, Everett, why is it that you don't want to get well? And I couldn't answer the question for a long time, man. That was because I couldn't get honest with Everett. It gave me an excuse to continue using. Once that excuse went away, I had a whole lot of shit to deal with, man, that I've been running from for years. And now here we go. I needed help from folks like John. Seeing John, talking to John gave me hope. I found out a lot of things about the boss that I didn't know when I first met him. And I'm gonna tell you, man, we are codependent as hell. You know, when we first got together out of treatment, the first place we went to live was a hotel room. And we did that for a minute, about 6 months. Then we graduated to an apartment in 1988. I'm sorry, in 96. We had 5 mortgages, man. 5. We started buying rental property. 2 addicts, don't know what the hell they're doing, but had good credit. Some things change, man, when you get clean. Because my credit was repairing itself when I was using, because I couldn't use it. So a lot of the things that were on there started falling off. We had the 5 mortgages and we were gonna flip some houses. Nobody ever told me that ever you can accomplish that. We did. A lot of things that happened during that time. With God's grace, man, I had no whole lot of control over what was going on periodically during my life in recovery. Because when I gave it up and established some meaning of hope, things started picking up, things started working. As long as I stayed out of it. I would get my suggestions from the boss. And you know how it is when it's something that you suggest and they don't want to do it, or they don't like the idea. No. And we worked through that stuff. Because a lot of times, no could have meant a big ass argument. You know? But we learned how to work through so where the arguments wasn't as the arguments weren't as detrimental and bad as they were in the beginning. because we learn how to communicate. We learn how to discuss an issue without having to say, fuck it. You know, we learn how to respect each other's opinion. We learn how to trust one another. And that's a big one, man, that trust piece. And a lot of this was trial and error because we were somewhere where neither one of us had been before. We did counseling. And during that time, I was going to a lot of meetings. The boss wasn't going to a lot of meetings. So I live in a house where people say things can't be accomplished. Meetings, church, whatever it is that stops the bleeding, man, that's what you need to do. And that's what the boss did. Meetings weren't her thing. And I had a problem with that shit in the beginning. I had a big problem with it because I felt that if you didn't get clean the way I did, something was wrong. You weren't doing something right. And she said, mind your own goddamn business. And that's what I did. The house was a lot easier to live in. When we first got together, man, a lot of our associates and friends in the fellowship was saying, it ain't gonna work. It is not gonna work. Two addicts together ain't gonna work. Now I'm sharing this with you, man, but you know, sometimes, man, when you get to a point in your recovery, at least me, some things ain't for a meeting to share. That's where 4-step stuff come in. But what I like to share with you is, just like they said we weren't gonna make it as a couple, we prayed about it. We talked about it. And one day at a time, we kept putting one foot in front of the other. I respect her as a person. I respect her as a recovering addict. And I learned real early, man, we were maybe a year's clean. And she sat me down one day and she said, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you this one time. You know when you hear shit like that, something up. She said, I'm only gonna tell you this one time. My name is the boss. So I'm just finding out her real name, Carolyn, not too long ago. I'm just finding that out. I learned to love and to get to a point to where I could tell her I love her. And if she didn't tell me she loved me back, at one time that was a problem. I was so fucking insecure. Self-worth was on zero. And you mean to tell me I just told you I love you, but you can't tell me that back? And I had to learn, man, people are where they are. You know, and I had to respect that. Uh, Here you go. There it goes. It's gone. The thought is gone. That's what kind of shit I was telling y'all that happened up here. Um, Relationships work, man. I'm gonna say that. Relationships work. The times for a relationship. You know, I'm not gonna say we were lucky. We were blessed to go into something that had failed every time either one of us had attempted it. It was a failure. And we walked into it not knowing what was going to happen next. Eventually, she started sharing with me, I love you too. Took a minute. And I felt, man, on top of the world when she told me that shit. And I shared that with my sponsor, man. He said, man, ain't no parades and big lights and shit when you get clean, man. And he was right. It was just as subtle and easy. Back then, man, recovery was easy because we had so many folks doing it at the same time. We came around at the same time. We were all we had. We didn't have nothing else. We went to meetings together. A lot of folks at that time were employed together. We stuck in each other's back pockets, man. A lot of those folks aren't here today. And that alone teaches me that a lot of the folks that's not here, those that passed on, a lot of them passed on clean. And they had time. 30-something years. One guy had 40 years. So it does work, man. This fellowship works. I love it. I love it. When we first got here, a lot of things that you don't see now used to go to a meeting, especially AA meetings. People dressed up in suits and ties. And I was wondering, is this a church? What is it? And I had an old comer tell me, man, the easiest thing you can change when you first get here, do it. The first thing was your language. You can clean that up. You can clean that up easily. The second thing was your appearance. When I first came in here, I came in here like this. That's the way I came in. Thinking that I knew everything. I could get clean or stay clean if I want to, but I don't want to. And the old timers shared with me, man, they said, put your best appearance forward. Because you don't know who will walk through those doors, and you might be the saving grace. You never know it. You never know that you were the saving grace. But you saved that person's life just by your appearance. I used to go to meetings a lot, 2 and 3 meetings a day. And it served its purpose at the time. It worked. That's where I needed to be. But life goes on, man. Things happen. So now that I got a job, I might not be able to make 3 meetings a day. But there's other things I can do besides going to a meeting to help me stay clean. And it's prayer, reading, sponsorship, and things that are easily done if you do them sincerely. If you just gaming, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. That's why I asked you guys when I first got up here, how many people really want to be here? How many people really want to be here? Wow. That's a big difference, ain't it? Because if you didn't want to be here, it would be okay. The only suggestion I can give you to that is keep coming back. Just keep coming back. Things changed for me in 2017. I had prostatitis. It's not prostate cancer. It's inflammation of the prostate. They can't figure out why or how it happens. They just give you antibiotics and keep checking on you. Well, this particular time it was hurting so bad, I had to go to the emergency room. I told the boss, take me out of here. Took me to the emergency room. And the doctor said, has anybody ever told you you're anemic? I said, no. They said, well, we're missing some blood somewhere. Something ain't right. We're going to have to admit you to give you 2 units of blood. I said, okay. On the way to the room, they were moving down the hall, and on the side of the wall, I see oncology ward. I asked the lady, oh, wait a minute. Where are we going? She said, oh, we use this ward every time we get short. We bring people over here. I looked at the boss, and I said, bullshit. Went to the room. The next morning, oncology doctor comes in the room. And I said, wait a minute, something ain't right. He said, well, Mr. Boland, I can tell you, you have cancer. And it still affects me today. The boss said I left the room. I didn't hear nothing else the doctor had to say. And everything changed after that. Those special events that we used to save stuff for, they weren't special anymore. An example, those favorite pair of shoes you had in the back of the closet that you only wear them on special events, I wear them now to take the trash out. It ain't special. Ain't nothing special about it. Things change. I've had 2 bone marrow transplants. As I stated earlier, I take chemo every day. And if it wasn't for this lady, I don't know if I'll be sitting here. After the transplant, somebody has to be with you round the clock for 30 days. And I had to go through that twice. You had to be in the house 100 days. You couldn't come out. My immune system is so weak right now. The Thursday before Thanksgiving, I got sick. I came down with pneumonia. without COVID. And my oncologist wanted to see how my lungs were looking after the pneumonia supposedly passed, so he ordered a CT scan. He called me yesterday and said, a CT scan for your lungs is great. He said, but I suggest you go see a liver specialist soon. He said, you have an enlarged liver. Here we go again. And if it wasn't for this fellowship, man, instilling trust, because I had to trust these doctors, man, that sometimes I just didn't believe what the fuck they were saying. Can't be. Transplant doesn't cure you. The doctor said it will allow you 5 years. A lot of people don't know this because I haven't shared it. Very seldom do I share it with the boss. It'll give you 5 years. I've been in remission now 3 years. And some days, man, besides dealing with the chemo, I can't get it. I can't get it. And I go back and I pray some more. I go back and I read some literature some more. I go back and I share some more. But that fear, man, is still there. I just come to the realization just the other day. Do I have cancer or am I a survivor? In my mind, if I'm taking chemo every day, I can't be cured or I can't be fixed or I can't be a survivor because I'm still taking chemo. And that's where the faith and trust comes in at. Of the God of this fellowship gave me, introduced me to. The first time I had an introduction to the God of my understanding before I came into this fellowship was my clean date is August 2nd, 1988. And I was on work release at the time. And I knew before I got out that morning what was going to happen. I had made my mind up I was going to go shoot some dope before I went to work. And I did that. I stayed in there too long, so I had to call a cab to come pick me up. Cab came, and as I was going to get in the cab, something said, confess what you've done. And I turned around because I thought, sure, somebody was standing behind me talking. There was nobody there. I heard that voice before, many times before. And if it said go right, I went left. But this time was different, man. I got in the cab and I tried to rethink what I heard, and I couldn't do it. I got to work and I told my employer, look, I need to call down to jail because I just used and I need to tell somebody. He said, do what you got to do. I called the jail, talked to the work release coordinator. Look, I shot some dope. She said, Everett, come on back down here. You know what you got to do. And I did that. And one thing different about this occasion, I wasn't afraid. I'm telling on myself, I'm not afraid. Knowing what could possibly happen, I had to show cause, man. Went back down to jail. What do? A good addict. I went to the law library and got every law book I thought would help me in this situation. And when it was time for me to go to court, I went up on the bench and I had a stack of goddamn books like this. And the judge asked me, why are you back here? And I said, hold on. And I went to thumbing through them damn books. He said, stop. Put it over there. Stop. He said, Everett, I'm going to give you one more opportunity. I'm going to get your lawyer to take you straight to 919 when you leave here. That was the beginning of my spiritual awakening. We talk about it later on in the steps. The literature tells us that we should work the steps in order. But life goes on, man. And a lot of the step work that we do came from spiritual based program, church. What was I saying? Yeah. Damn, I had something I wanted to say too. Damn. Oh, yeah. A lot of things in doing step work. I did a 10th step, man, every day before I got to the 10th step. I took an inventory of myself every day. I was still on step 1. A lot of things gonna happen, man, in the beginning, and you gonna say, wow. Can it get any better? And the answer is yeah, it can get better. It can get better. You might be lucky if you found a young lady like I found. It's a different kind of love, man, on this side of the tracks. It's a different kind of love. I can't remember the last time we had a throwdown argument. Can you remember one? I can't remember one. There's a lot of things that's on the list, but there's a lot of things we can do on the list before we get down here. And we've learned to do that. And it might not always come out in my favor. 9 times out of 10, it's not. It's not. Yeah. So I've just learned how to say yes, dear. No, dear. Whatever you like, dear. You know? And I'm okay with it. You know, a lot of my friends in the fellowship call me henpeck. I call it respect. this relationship, man, has done for me things that I never accomplished could be done. If you want to find me at home. Ain't no 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, that's where I am. I had to learn to do that. It won't nothing out there in the street for me that I had to get to. When I was using, man, I would walk from here to Church Hill, 3 o'clock in the morning, don't think about it twice. Now, shit, I ain't gonna try to come out the house, man. A lot of things in a relationship, man, it's so fluent and it changes so fast that you got to step back sometime and say, okay, what do I do now? Do I answer her question? Do I just ease on out the room? Do we talk about it later? And I had to go through all that shit, man, and I eventually found out the right thing that fits the right hole. But sometimes I'm gonna try to put a square peg in a round hole just to see what happens sometimes. It's been that quiet in here where we ain't had no excitement at all. And it's not the point of starting an argument, it's just the point of, hey, I'm here. You love me? I'm here. And I love you too. Yeah. John called me, man, and Walter, and I got off the phone from talking to them. And I said, thank you, Lord. If somebody would even think about us to come share with new folks. I understand how a preacher feels when he is talking to his congregation, and he got to be careful about what he say, because somebody in that group might not get it. So you're responsible for a whole lot of lives, man. You know, if you in this room, you're winning. If you're in this room, you're winning. Keep coming back. After a while, it's not going to be the resentment that keeps you going to meetings. It's not going to be the fear to have you afraid to leave a meeting, because you don't know what the fuck you're going to do when you leave here. That's why I suggested to get phone numbers. Everybody ain't going to be around like this when something hop off. But I can call somebody. You know, and if that person don't pick up, call the next number. But the bottom line, man, you're not in this alone. You're not alone. I pray that when you get to the point to where, well, let me say this. Early on in AA and NA, we didn't have a step working guide. We didn't have one. So we did the steps straight out the book. You had a pen and paper, but we didn't have the step working guide. We had suggestions in the big book and the basic text. But when the guide came out, it changed a lot of things in a lot of people's lives in the fellowship, because it got real specific about a lot of stuff. And if you were honest enough to answer those questions, and not only answer the questions, but live the answer when you answer it, you got it made. You're going there. You're getting there. We still walk down the street through the mall holding hands. We still do that. And people look at us and say, how old are y'all? How old are y'all? And I said, well, I'm 64. And she'd tell, I was told just the other day, stop telling folks my age. I can share it. I can tell it. They ain't gonna believe me when I tell them though. They ain't gonna believe me. He's 70 years old, man. Now you see why I stick my chest out. Three master degrees. And I worked hard as hell trying to get them for her too, man. And I watched her do it, man. You know, and for the first master, she went on campus. The other two masters, she did online. That's determination right there, boy. And I watched her, man. Come on, let's go soon. I can't go. I got homework to do. I got a paper to do. I got this to do. I got that to do. And she stuck with it. I admire that, man. I had the opportunity to go back to school, but I got jobs in these factories making $25 and $30 an hour. I said, okay, I'll do it later. What's the best day of the week, guys? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the best day of the week because I'll do it when? Tomorrow. And I never get done. Never get done. We've done the things that normal people do. We were blessed enough to buy houses. We were blessed enough to purchase cars. We were blessed enough to go shopping. Being in a restaurant and seeing the bar is not a problem for me anymore. It used to be a big problem. I couldn't sit near that bar. And folks had to ask me, say, well, what's your intention of going in there? To eat a meal. Is it to drink? No. Well, go eat your meal. And that's how I had to learn to do that. Sometimes I had to call somebody and say, hey, man, I'm going out to a restaurant. Just wanted to let you know. I got it out of here. Excuse me, I forgot. But this fellowship, man, is amazing. It's amazing. It gave me back. It gave me back some things that I lost and gave me some things I never had. So if you're here, and as I said a few minutes ago, if you're in this room, man, you're a winner. You're a winner. Now, the night before you go to bed, you're laying in the bed and you go say, that motherfucker ain't know what he was talking about. He ain't know what the fuck he was talking about. But I promise you, man, I promise you, just keep coming back. You'll get better. You'll get better. My name is Everett. I'm an addict. And this is the boss. Uh, do yourself a favor, man. This shit is worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Male, female. Early on, we didn't have a lot of ladies in the fellowship. They just weren't here. But then eventually, through time, that changed. You know, life is good. Life is good. Keep coming back. Thank y'all for letting us share.
So listen, you guys, 28 years of marriage, 34 years of being clean and serene, and they met in treatment, and a lot of times it is said the men get with the man and the women get with the women. I remember Everett here told me a story. I don't know how true it is. We tell stories, right? But Everett told me a story. When he was in treatment, his counselor told him, I'd rather you two sick individuals stay together, opposed you get with somebody and you get with somebody, then there'd be 4 sick individuals. Yeah, but I'm grateful that you guys came over, and I'm grateful for John, the idea of long-term couple in NA, right? Long-term couple in AA. And we're excited that at 3 o'clock, when y'all to hear this, at 3 o'clock, you come back, all right, in your seat, 3 o'clock, because we got the faith-based couple, long-term, they're going to come and speak, how we do recover, the many multiple pathways in recovery, all right? So let's close out with a serenity prayer, and y'all go take a break. God, grant us serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. All right. I'll be back on time now, 3 o'clock.
All right. Ain't loud enough. Let's go. We're getting ready. We're going to do this door prize here in just a minute. You still got time to buy raffle tickets for 100% of the money. We're $217. We're going to draw that. If we hit 300, we'll do two 150s. What are we at? 217. You did? You going to? Do you want to just keep the big amount and hope you win it? Or do two? We'll decide that. We'll have a group at the very end. We'll decide based on how much money we got if we do two or one. All right, listen up. We're doing a door prize. Oh, let me tell you what the door prizes are. You got to be present to win. And I ain't messing around either. I'm going to give out 3 $15 Starbucks card in one whack. Give me a door prize. Last 3 digits, 121. 121 going once. 121 going twice. 121. Pick another one. I'm doing the calling. 090. Let me see it. Yeah, that was a good try. 090-090. Huh? Come on, man. You got 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're done. What do you mean? What are you doing, man? 090, the last 3. That's already gone. Look, the first one was 121. Man, once we go past them, we ain't going back. 096. No, you don't. 096. Let me hold on. We're on 096. All right, hold on. You had 090 too? Well, here's what I'll do. I'll give you one of those. And you get 2. Thank you. All right, give him a hand. If you go into private, never mind. All right. We're doing raffle tickets. What happened? You too slow? Yeah, I made it really clear in the beginning. No, she's just making stuff up. Hey, look, see Travis if you want to buy raffle tickets. We're at $217. At the end of the day, we're there that. All right. All right, y'all take the business to the side. All right. No, we're done. We're going into the next speaker. And then we still got 2 more door prizes to give it. Stop. We're going to do it before 5 o'clock. So the whole purpose is y'all stay to the end. Yeah, it's always a woman want to know how much. How much am I going to get? Now that we know what you are, we can negotiate. That was a joke. All right, listen up. We're going to open up with the serenity prayer. God, grant us the serenity to accept things we cannot change. And the things we can. Wisdom to know the difference. Now, our next 2 speakers is a young couple, just got married. They're in recovery. They're in a Christian faith-based organization. But I guess the founders, Gary and Tracy, these are old timers in the Christian faith-based space. They've helped probably hundreds of addicts and alcoholics along the way. They run almost a charity. It's down in Petersburg. But I'm going to have them come up and introduce the next speakers. In the meantime, they'll tell you about themselves and who they are and what they do. So, warm welcome for Gary and Tracy. He's coming up. You ain't coming?
Thank you, John. All right. I'm excited about introducing Jonathan and Carmen. to you guys. Probably, the cool thing about recovery and everything is we guys walk a similar path, right? And you can identify and you can draw on the strength, the wisdom, the mistakes that people have made along the way. Typically, as their pastor, I mean, I've kind of like this brother here, you kind of you cringe a little bit, when two people say, "Oh, we're in love," and you're like, but these two here are examples of how to do it right, and how to seek counsel along the way, how to get yourself straight first, and then God, you know, comes along and he puts the blessing on your life. When you get stuff in order, right? That's what the word of God says. You put things in order, and then good stuff happens. Other stuff follows. So that's what Jonathan and Carmen are about. We're Regenesis. A lot of folks, come to us through the court system and all like that. And these two are no different. We're a charity. We fund a lot. Almost all of our ministry gets funded through our thrift stores that we run and everything like that. We're down in the Chesterfield, Colonial Heights, Petersburg area. And so that's where we do what we do. And we do a lot of outreach and everything like that. So they've come through the program, stayed on. Now they're managers and workers. They're in the ministry. So just a power couple. They're not old. In this, 3 months? Just married? Yeah, amen. Come on. So that their point of view is a little bit different. Starting out fresh with a new lease on life and a new outlook and a new focus. So come on up here, you guys. I'm proud of you.
How y'all doing? I'm Jonathan, and this is my wife Carmen. I just want to thank Pastor for introducing us, and Miss Tracy for all the mentorship y'all have given us throughout the time we've been in Regenesis. I want to thank the McShin organization for having us today to speak. And so I guess I'm just going to start and just tell you a little bit about my testimony. So there was a time in my life when I was addicted to everything. I mean, I was pretty much some people would call a junkie. I had my whole life. From the time I was 13 on until I was an adult. I used drugs on a regular. I didn't have hope for the future. The only thing I lived for day to day was just for an addiction. And, I would have to say, God changed that in my life. So I'll start from where I met God. So it's been, I guess, about 2015, I believe is the year I got locked up. I got incarcerated over some things I did for my addiction. I stole, broke into some houses, sold drugs, and I got locked up on that. And I did some time in the jail. While I was in jail, I just felt hopeless. My life felt like it was over. I didn't know how long I was going to get. They had me on all kinds of charges. They had jacked up all my charges. had me on money laundering, everything, So I was looking at a whole lot of time, and I was just, I felt hopeless. Like my life was over, and at a point, uh, I just wanted my life to be over, but I do have a loving mom and that loves the Lord, and um, through talking with her over the phone while I was in jail, she told me you need to pray, and you know I grew up a Christian, in the church, um, and my whole life, my parents have been in the church, and that's where I grew up at. Uh, but somewhere along the way, I fell out of it and started hanging with the wrong crowd. Got hooked on drugs. Like I said, age of 13, started using marijuana, and then progressed on to other things. Um, and so when I was in the jail, my mom told me you need to pray. So you know, when I felt at my lowest point, I was like, I don't know what else to do, but I was just listening to my mom, and I cried out to God. I asked Jesus to come into my heart and to change me, because I couldn't do it on my own, because I'd been through rehabs before, and every time I did, I'd be clean for maybe a month or two, get back out, start hanging around the same people, and just end up using again. And it was just no kind of, I didn't have hope for the future. Um, I just was going through the same routine over and over again. And it wasn't until that time when I actually got to get away from the drugs while I was incarcerated, that I finally cleared my mind. And, when I called out to God, and He did answer me. During that time, I spent time, when I called out and prayed. I felt that God answered me then at that time. It was it was difficult for me while I was in there. Um, you know, I didn't I did like I said, I didn't know what kind of time I was going to get. Um, so when I was in there, before I called out to God, I was just hopeless. But when I called out to God, that's when things seemed to get better for me. I started getting into the Word of God, and Jesus actually, uh, with my prayers and stuff, I felt a change inside of me. Um, my desire uh, started to change for my heart started to change for God, and I started to look at things differently. Life, in general, you know, I didn't know how long I was going to be locked up, but I just knew that if I just looked to God, that He was going to do something in my life, and things were going to change for me. So while I was in jail, I went to court, and over the first charges, whatever. And when I was in there, they told me that, you know, when I spoke to my lawyer, he said that he could get me into a program, and I could possibly get out a little bit sooner. So I was like, okay, that sounds good, So I ended up, my lawyer told me about the Regenesis program, and so I ended up getting accepted to that. And while I was in there waiting to go to the Regenesis program, I stayed in the Word of God. I stayed praying. I started doing Bible studies with other people in the jail. We started doing prayer. I had prayer groups every night. I just really devoted myself, and really gave my heart over to God. Um, and during that time, I I didn't know what was going to happen with everything, with the charges and stuff. But like I said, I did get accepted. And when I went to court, they said, well, you're going to do 18 months at the jail, and then you're going to go to the Regenesis program. So anyway, during that time, um, I just continue to, like I said, study the Word of God and just spend time with Him. And it was maybe like 2 months before I got ready to get out to go to the Regenesis program. They come and pulled me to the front of the jail and told me that they had some more indictments for me. That's when they served another indictment on me for distribution. So, I'm like, oh man. So all that was canceled out. Like I was like, well, I guess the Regenesis program's out the question now, and I don't know what they're gonna do since I didn't get indictments for selling and stuff like that. I'm looking at a whole lot of time now. But um, so what ended up happening though, I ended up going to prison. I went to prison and did a couple years there. But during that time in prison, I continued to pursue God. Each day, it seemed like things were getting better. Even while I was in prison, when I had my heart set on God, my desires started changing. He took the desire for any drugs or anything away from me. He changed me from the inside. It wasn't like I wanted to use anymore. I didn't want that anymore. He had took that from me. Um, and I got forward. I just wanted to show love to God and just continue to follow Him, and because I knew He had something better for me, and it said so in His Word. He's got a plan for you. He's got a plan to prosper me. He's got a plan for my future, to give me a future and a hope, and I trusted that. Um, if you love God and you trust Him, He's going to work things out for you. For the good, and I continue to trust that promise that He had. And so, anyway, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. So after I got out, ended up going to the Regenesis program, um, and while I've been there, um, I ended up going through some trials and tribulations while I was in there. Um, but I've had a lot of good things happen to me since I've been there as well. Um, so, so the first good thing was, um, as I progressed through the program, uh, I, like I said, I given my heart to God. When I got out, I had the mindset already that I wanted to do what God's will was for my life. I didn't want to go back to using. I wanted to progress as far as God had for me and whatever He had for me. Um, so in doing so, while I was at Regenesis program, I did well there in the thrift stores and stuff. And uh, my pastor and Miss Tracy, they did decide to hire me on as a manager there. Also, they made me uh, a leader for their second track house. I started leading the guys there. Um, and during that time, I just continued to learn more and more about God and just get real in touch with what He had for me, and let the Spirit of the Lord lead me. And that's what I just try to do each day. Just trust Him, and no matter what the situation is. So during the during that time, I met my wife Carmen. She came. So she came to the program. Um, she was there a month before me. um so I probably would have never met her if I would have came when I was supposed to come. so so that's why I look at that time of waiting, that I was in the prison. So God knew what He had for me already, and He had a wife for me waiting there, and I just didn't know it when I got there. I was like, I didn't never think I would meet my wife there, but um, it God has a way of working things out. He gives you the desire of your heart, and He sure gave me my desire of my heart. So, anyways, as I've progressed with the story, so I went through the program, like I said, graduated. She graduated. We started talking. We started dating. Um, she too is a manager at the thrift store. She's been a good leader for the people there as well. We both are leaders in the church, just listening to whatever God has for us and continuing to follow the path that the Lord will lead us on. So um, this past year has been full of good things, and we've had some rough times as well. But we just continue to trust God that everything was going to work out for the good, and no matter what it is, it says in the word he'll never leave you or forsake you, and I believe that, and I know he's the one that got me through my time while I was in prison, and he led me to Regenesis, and allowed me to just continue to succeed since I've been out, and I know he's got a whole lot more planned for us. So so now the other stuff that is kind of difficult for me to talk about because like I said, it's been a recent thing in the past year. I've lost my brother back in I believe it was June, right after Father's Day. Um, he uh, he had an accident and was hit by a semi truck, and it was a difficult time for me, and uh, I don't know if I would have got through it if it wasn't for God. I would have probably went back to using if if I didn't have God in my life. It took that pain away. He helped me through that time with praise and worship and going. We have prayer every Friday night, and uh, I have a good support team. Um, Pastor, Miss Tracy, everybody that's in the ministry is more like a family to us, um, and they've been there throughout. All the hard times and all the good times as well. Pastor officiated our wedding, which was a few months later. We had got engaged before my brother's death, um, and in September we were supposed. That's when we were supposed to be getting married. So through that time, they just been with us and have supported us through it all, and we us trusting God, no matter what the situation was, has helped us just to stay on track. And so some other things that have took place since in the last year was after our marriage. Let's see, has it been long ago? Um, Carmen ended up getting pregnant, and so we were looking. So this is really her part of the story, because it's it's some things that she didn't think that God, that things were gonna work the way they did because, well, I'm just gonna let her tell this part of the story because it's her part to tell. So I'm just gonna turn this over to you to just tell what why this was amazing that you got pregnant and everything else. So um
All right, so I'm not a public speaker by any means, so bear with me. So before I get into that, I'll just start from the beginning. I was an addict for a while. I was in a really long relationship, and it was not good, and it's things that I've gone through counseling. Like Pastor was saying, we when we got engaged, sought counsel through him, for pre-marriage counseling, and just speaking with them, and my house manager and all that helped me to come to reality of some of the things that led me down the road that I had went. And there was a lot of bad things growing up. My father went to prison for, molesting my sister, and that was hard. I had a stepdad though who was absolutely amazing. He was a dad that didn't have to be there, that was. And either way, so I'm in drugs real bad, and I end up getting locked up. And when I was in there, my stepdad, was diagnosed with cancer, and it was April, and I got out the end of November and went to Regenesis a week later, and and the first 30 days in there is a blackout. You don't get to speak with anybody. You just got to work on getting yourself acclimated, yeah, to being there. And so my mom had called though, because it was Christmas, and you know my dad, they said hospice said he wasn't going to make it, and they actually let me go home. And I got to spend 4 days there. And the last day, that was the first time I really called out to God. Before, I was praying, just to heal him, make him better. And that last day I was there with them, I went outside, and I just fell to my knees, and I cried out to God, just not to heal him, but just to take away, his hurt, and that I was okay. And that next morning he passed away. Um, so going through the program, with all that, because it was in the very beginning, you know, usually you have the opportunity to stay on after, or go back to your lifestyle. And um, my dad passed and left my mom alone, so I was struggled a whole lot with, should I go back? I really should be there for my mom, but I knew what I needed for me to stay sober was to stay around, you know, people that are living what I'm living, going through sobriety and facing their struggles and their pains head on, and not running from them and running back to your addiction to, just to help ease it. So that was really hard, but I did it, and I didn't have any problems throughout it. And then, like he said, I met him in it. So and we went about it, the right way. We waited, sought counsel, and did the pre-marriage, and we waited, got married in September. And like he said, so I was told at like 23 that I would never be able to have children. I'd never be able to get pregnant. And I was, at first that was hard, but then over the years I was okay with it. I, I was content with it. And then found out that, yeah, I was pregnant. This was the last week of November. And I had that fear, come in that, well, they said I'd never be able to, but I was like, well, this is a godsend because of that. Well, it didn't pan out. I ended up having a ectopic pregnancy, and I had to have surgery, and they had to remove, one of my tubes. However, I was told I only had one. So, it kind of crushed me, because I'm like, well, then I don't, there's no possible way ever again. Well, I know it was from the grace of God, from him, from that happening. I found out that I do still have another tube, and it is still possible for me to get pregnant. And I know that, that he will give me the desires of my heart. I just have to keep seeking him in all his ways, and just following what he wants me to do. And just living the lifestyle before, you don't follow that way. You stray away from anyone good, anyone that's, trying to lead you in the right direction. And, so it is good to have, a support group and people that you can call. But the best person to call on is the Lord. He will be there no matter what, anytime, day, night. He is the main one and the only one that's brought me through everything that I've ever gone through. So yeah. Hmm. Well, I feel like I didn't go very long, but well, let's see some other things. So yeah, yeah. Well, okay. So we'll go on a lighter note. So the wedding, my mom, as I said, she's alone, and um, so she wasn't really going to be able to really fund it. So actually, Pastor and Miss Tracy helped amazingly. Our wedding was at our church, Spirit Life Worship Center in Prince George, and pastor is the one that married us, and majority of everything, the decorations, even the wedding dress came in to the thrift store, just my size. Like, that is all God right there. So yep. So that was that, and then through all that, our honeymoon was, we didn't have to save up no money for it, which, I mean, we were trying. So we booked yeah, we booked a place in Florida, Clearwater Beach, Florida, for it was for 5 nights and 6 days, and it was just under $1,000. And we're like, oh my gosh, how are we gonna do this? Like, there's no way, because we both have fines and stuff that we're paying on as well. And we ended up having enough to pay for that, and we had probably over $1,000 left for everything after paying for the hotel. So again, that is nothing but God. Like, who can deny any good things like that? It's Him sending the people in your path. Um, yep. So yeah, Clearwater was awesome. So if you've never been, yeah, it's definitely a must go. It's amazing. Yep. You want to talk some more?
Sure, I'll talk some more. So, here recently also, I've seen God working in my life. With just the other day, so I just got switched over to a different probation officer. Because I've been working on trying to get my probation switched over to where I live now, and they just switched me to Petersburg, and uh, come to find out that I had a court date uh, back in November that I never received the notice of, that my other probation officer never, I guess she never put it in the system that I had a new address where I moved in with my wife, and I never get the notice to go to court. So they ended up issuing a capias for me for my arrest the other day because I didn't show up for court. So anyway, this happened yesterday. I went and so I went to Mecklenburg where they had the capias issued for me to turn myself in. And um, I know Carmen was kind of nervous about it. I was a little nervous too, but we prayed about it, and we had others in the ministry praying with us: April, Gary, Miss Tracy, and Pastor. Um, they all prayed with us, and we were just trusting, that God's going to get us through this too. It's nothing major, that it's all going to work out. So I went over there to the magistrate's office. I turned myself in. Uh, the so it just happened where I went in Mecklenburg. It's a jail that they really don't house anybody there. It's just a magistrate's office. So I wasn't really sure where to turn myself in at. So I went there because I figured that'd be closest to to getting out. If they was gonna give me a bail. So I went there, and it just so happened we went up to the jail. It was nobody in the jail, or like we knocked on the door, we opened the door, there was nobody there. We saw one car in the parking lot. It was a lady sitting there in the parking lot. I'm like, is nobody here? This place is abandoned. And I was like, oh, well, I don't even know where to go to go turn myself in. But um, during that time when we were sitting there, we were trying to figure it out, and deputies just happened to show up um, right at that moment. And when he showed up, I went over there, talked to him, told him, I found out yesterday from my probation officer, they had a capias for my arrest for not for show cause, for a show cause. So he said, hold on a minute, I'll check it out. Uh, so it was just a miracle from God that it even happened to be anybody in the parking lot, and it just so happened that this deputy just happened to show up and nobody else is there, and this deputy, he was really nice guy. I talked to him, he did arrest me, and he took me to the magistrate's office in South Hill, which was about 30 minutes away. Um, so I went there with him, and I spoke the whole time. I was riding in the patrol car. I was telling him about my journey, and how Christ has been working in my life. He told me how he hadn't been in church and since in quite a while. He had stopped going, and you know he said he wanted to get back into it, but he just didn't want to go through the motions of just going to church. And I explained to him, I used to be that way too. It just used to be something that was like religion instead of a relationship. But it's different once you develop a relationship with God. And he was like, yeah, you're right. And so I continued to just minister to him a little bit, and I told him about um, you know the the process I had been through the jails and through my addiction. And and he was just telling me, how amazing that was, that there's a place that people can go, and like Regenesis, that have um somewhere that, because around where I'm from, they really don't have anywhere like that. And that's why I said it's just by the grace of God that I came to the Regenesis program, and able to go around and tell other people um, about God and about what Jesus has done in my life, and what he's done, in Carmen's life, and what he continues to do. And if I just know, if he can do it for me, he can do it for anybody. And I'm just thankful today, and I just give him all the glory and the honor, and that, amen. And I'm free. I'm free. Yes. Like I said, I didn't even get to finish that part. So when I went to the South Hill, uh, they gave me a PR bond and released me right then and there. I didn't even go back to the jail. So, and I, like I said, I just give thanks to God for it all.
All right, listen up. We got a few minutes left for this session. We're going to use them up wisely. But I want Pastor, come on up here for a minute. Now, a lot of these folks, how many of y'all consider yourself Christian in nature? A lot of potential out here, okay? I'm going to call it that. But a lot of us, how many of y'all been in jail? How many of y'all overdosed before? How many of y'all overdosed in the last 24 hours? I see that little fella right there. How many of y'all, you've been to many pathways, I'm assuming, right? Now, I've been around for decades. Most of you know that. And if it wasn't for 12 steps, I'm sure I'd have excelled in the Christian pathway. It's just a matter of who the hope dealer is of the day, I guess, when we're beat down, tore up. But it's going to take something filling that void. That much I promise. You got to turn drug use into purpose. But I'm glad Pastor Gary's here, because you have something that sparks recovery in people. And I know what it is, and you know what it is. But I'm going to ask you, perhaps give the group a hope shot, maybe get a taste of what it is a technique you might use to spark interest in finding that purpose. So I'm putting you on the spot here. Now I know better than give a preacher a microphone. We you know, we got time limits, but give Pastor Gary a hand for jumping up here like that.
Listen, I speak in the jails all the time. Let me tell you this, and this isn't necessarily have to do with Jesus, because I go into jail and you know, a lot of people think, well, when then, when I find the right girl, then I'm going to be good. When I get the right job, then I'm going to be good. Then, just let me get out of here, then I'm going to be good, right? When I get my driver's license, I'm going to be good. I just need this thing and that thing. You know what? And I'm in jail, and they're all behind bars, and I said, okay, so how many of you had a driver's license before? All the hands go up, right? All the hands go up. How many of you had a girlfriend or a wife before? Almost all the hands go up, right? How many of you had your driver's license before? Almost all the hands go up. I said, well, I guess that wasn't the solution, because here we are. And all us, we like to think that there's some magic fix, or if I just get this thing, and it's an external thing. We're trying to use some external thing to fix an internal thing. And it doesn't work like that. You got to find that internal answer. And let me also say something else. A lot of times the reason even why religion doesn't work, I've been telling my wife for years I'm going to write a book. It's going to be a bestseller. It's called The Miserable Christian Life. And a lot of us have been there. But it's miserable because we think, again, we're using external do's and don'ts and religion and everything, and that's external. When we say Jesus comes to live inside you, or I have a relationship with the Lord, it's an internal relationship. And then most of us come to an altar, or we want to jump through some religious hoops, think that we're going to reach God. Well, if God's in you, then our prayers shouldn't be trying to get through a ceiling out into the ether sphere and trying to reach him because he's so far off and distant. If you pray and you have this relationship with him, you look down in. He's in you. Your body's the temple of the Holy Spirit. He comes to live in you, right? So I'm just here to say, a lot of the effort that we put into recovery, a lot of the effort that we even put into our relationship with God, we make it hard. We make it hard. He's close. He's the friend that sticks closer than a brother. He's the one who will never leave you or forsake you. And in most cases, I'll say something else. You know what? If there's anything good about sin, and I would never say that there's anything good about sin, but if there was anything good about sin, it's that there's only one cure. It's Christ. And so wrong and mistakes should not drive us away from God. It should drive us to God, because he's the only cure, right? And then one more thing is that when you're searching, for this answer, when you're searching for the help that we all need, is that he is just, a lot of times we say, well, I wish God would talk to me the way he talks to Jonathan, or I wish God would talk to me the way he talks to the pastor or whoever. You know, people say, oh, I heard the verse of God, or I had this encounter with God. We don't give God the credit. We think that God's not talking. He's talking, right? And I can tell you this, and if you don't believe that he's in you, or maybe you've prayed a prayer one time, and like John said, we feel like, you know, most of us, a lot of us identify as Christian or whatever, or we believe in God of our understanding, right? But sometimes we wish God would talk to us. This is how close God is. I'm just saying, and I'm not advising this, but if you think that God doesn't talk to you, go out here and do your dirt. Go out here and sin. Go out here and I guess what? The next voice you're going to hear is God saying, don't do that. Don't do that. And it's not a condemning voice either. It's a voice of, you were made for something better. You're my son, you're my daughter. This isn't for you. He's talking. We're just discrediting that voice. We're just saying, oh, that's not God. You know, no, that's God. He's talking all the time. And I know in my life, he turns up the volume when I'm doing right. He talks to me more when I'm doing wrong. Than I'm just saying, we think that we got to do everything right to have. No. Adam and Eve, if you believe all the way back there, God doesn't change. Adam and Eve screwed up. A lot of people would, I ask this question too. I say, how many believe, how many think that sin separates you from God? Once all the hands go up. It's not true. You've been sold a lie. Go back to Genesis. Go back to Genesis. Adam and Eve screwed up, did what they weren't supposed to do. The next voice they heard was God. It says, and the voice of the Lord came walking. Adam, where are you? Their mistake didn't separate them from God. Actually, God drew close to them and said, boy, do you know what you did? You were made for something better. And God sought them out. They were the ones hiding. That's how we are. We dip and we dodge. We do our dirt, and then we dip and we dodge. We're the one ducking God. He ain't afraid of what we did. He knows what we did. He comes running. He's going to talk to you in your mess. That's how most all of us here. That's how most all of us start. We're in our mess, and he talks to us. He's not far off, and he's not afraid of what we did. And he don't look at us the way the world looks at us. And he doesn't label us the way the world labels us. He calls us sons, daughters, princes. That's who you are. Young man, that's who you are. That's who you are. I said something the other day in a devotion. And I don't even know if I can say it. I don't think you were there to take notes. But the me, I gotta work and believe till the me that I don't see becomes the me that I identify with. Because there's a you that you don't see or you don't give credit to. That's the real you. This out here, This mess we're doing, that's some alter ego we made to protect the little kid inside of us, the real us. And we pose up and we posture up and we dope up and we do whatever just to hide because we're vulnerable. And we know that, like this young lady here, when we were vulnerable, when we were weak, we got hurt. And so now it's like, well, let's just put on the mask. Let's do whatever we have to do to numb to put a barrier between us and that. And we put that little kid away and we erect a bodyguard. We create an alter ego. And most of us are just fronting out here with some alter ego. And very few people know the real us. And in fact, if we do that long enough, we even forget that there's a real us tucked away in a closet somewhere. We've been fronting for so long, we don't even know who the real us is. But the real you, the one that created in God's image, beautiful. And that's the one God comes to talk to. The real you. And he doesn't even want to discuss, have a conversation with the bodyguard. That's the person you front out here. He's like, let me get past that bodyguard. Let me talk to the real you. And then when you have that conversation, there's some real conversations that'll go on. I mean, real conversations. And you'll know it's real. It's not just a front. Right? So he's closer than you think. He's closer than you think. In most cases, it's just the travel from your head to your heart, about 12 inches. Start looking inside, having a conversation with the God inside. Right? I'm telling you, it'll work. You'll notice a change.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see. Let's sing it again. Come on, stand up and sing. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I am found. Was blind, but now I see.
When the preacher met the choir girl, I could have seen that coming. All right, gang, was it a good panel? Good discussion? All right. All right, listen up. We got one last opportunity to win door prizes and ante up for the raffle. You know who's got the raffle tickets over here? Travis, and is Terry still around? He's got the door prizes. Put your hand up, haircut boy. And you guys got exactly 15, actually 17 minutes to get a longer smoke break. Our last panel is at 4:15. We're doing the door prize at 4:15. Hurry back. Congratulations on your honeymoon. Good work, man. Good work. Terry, wake up. How much money we got? Huh? How much? I mean, raffle. 382.
Well, yeah, there's two in there that are branded up. Two of them that are in there. Boy.
We should have more money to raffle this.
Yeah.
It's 200.
It's
I already told him I'll fucking get one. See that? Get it. I mean, how much can something cost to flip the screen?
Well, I can tell you right now.
We got shit in work?
These are horrible. They're like $100. That's why they're
Oh, the battery, the heat,
brand new batteries.
you throw the cleaner,
Just
prevented fate,
no, it's none of that.
cleaning the contacts off of the eraser.
It's not the contact. It's basically
Start moving around. We up? All right, let's go. This is it. This is the last go show. Last go. Walt, you gonna come chair this last meeting? I know you got to limp down here though. I got two $30 gift certificates. We're gonna start getting the door prizes out the way. Hey, up here, so I don't have to go far to reach. I'll pull it right off the top. Probably Jerry's. 092. 092. Look at this. Let me see. That's 091. No, just kidding. Good job. One left. One left. I'm gonna pick me. Pick me. 081. 081. Going once, twice, three times. I love the way we do this, man. 155. 155. I know it's the only time you raffle something off and you hope the person ain't here. 164. No? Oh, right here? Let me see it. Do you see how excited he got, man? There it is. All right. Now, as soon as this panel's over, what we're going to do, we're going to do the big money drawing, okay? It's going to be two $200 plus. We're going to split it in half. $400, too much money for a newcomer. So now we can take a group concerts right now. You want to do two $200 ones or one $400? How many want to split it? Raise your hand. There you go. It's unanimous. But there's a slight stipulation before we draw. In between the end of the panel and when we draw, we're going to take about 2 minutes and pick up all the trash on the floor and put it in the trash can. And then as soon as the floor is looking spiffy, then we'll draw the money. Now, Walt going to come up here and chair this last panel. Walt's a great editorialist. He's got lots of comments to make about what he heard today. But most important, what I need from y'all to come up to the mic and give us some feedback on how you think today went. Good, bad, no. What'd you like, what you didn't like, what would you do different? But you got to be quick. You know, it's not we ain't trying to hear no dissertations or how you did it. You know, we just want honest feedback. So I'm suggesting just walk up here. But Walt, it's your baby. You do it how you want. You got 3 hours.
What is this kind of?
They already know it. Weren't you listening? Walt wasn't listening. Y'all need to help that poor fella out. Just feedback from them.
Okay, cool. So we're doing it for an hour?
Oh,
30 minutes? Oh, I thought I read the sheet from 12 to 5. How many of y'all want to leave at 5? Raise your hand. All right, there you go. So we're gonna start on time or what else? And on time. All right, cool. So look, we had 3 panels today, right? We had one on what? The first one, NA, right? The second one was, talk back to me. Come on, AA, right? And the third one was faith-based. All right. So let's talk about NA for a while. Let's see how that feels. How many of y'all trying that pathway of NA? Great. So now NA, what did NA stand for? Well, that ain't what I was told. Never long. Hey, all right. But no, NA do stand for Narcotics Anonymous, right? Now, what's some of the suggestions, right, NA that we asked you to get? Sponsor, home group, service work, phone numbers. And what we asked you to do with those phone numbers? Dial them and don't wet. All right. Now, if you call somebody, right, and they don't pick up the phone, what that tells you? Man, Carr, you are on it, Carr. And look, and check it out. I just met Carr, right? Carr, have you ever been through NA before? Wow, man. But you know what? Those slogans that we share, they just don't belong to Narcotics Anonymous, right? You can find many pathways. We use some of the same slogans, right? Don't pick up and what? If you don't pick it up, it won't get into you. So if you don't pick up the basic text, it won't get in you. If you don't pick up the Bible, it won't get in you, right? So some things you got to pick up in order to learn, right? Who want to come up here and give them about 5 minutes on their experience? If you got under 30 days clean, give them about 5 minutes of your experience of being a newcomer. You want to? Come on, young lady. All right. Her pathway is Narcotics Anonymous, right? She'll give us 5 minutes of her experience on being a newcomer. I want to find who pathway is Alcoholics Anonymous. 3 minutes. All right. Anybody pathway of Alcoholics Anonymous? Well, I'll share a little bit about Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh, yours are good. So give me 3 minutes on your pathway. All right. And some of them come from the Christian-based perspective. Anybody who have tried religious or a relationship? You got it. All right. So you give me 3 minutes. All right. Let's do that. All right. You go first.
Hi, you guys. My name's Patsy, and I'm a person in recovery from a substance use disorder. I've actually been here before. I had 4 years of clean time and abstinence. I looked good on the outside, right? But I was real dirty on the end. Because you can read the literature, you could even recite it, but unless you practice it in all your affairs, then it doesn't work. When you stop doing the stuff that's normal or normally works for you in recovery, like what's going good eventually goes bad real quick. Um, this, we're selfish in our addiction. NA for me is like, being in recovery, it's being selfish in here too. Because if I don't take time to love myself, it doesn't matter what any of y'all think of me, because I can only please but so many people, and some people I can't please. Um, he said, get a sponsor. Listen, I'm a real stubborn person. You can ask John. I don't want to call nobody and ask anybody what to do next, because I got it all figured out. I want to do it and then call you and get validated that I did it right, right? So I can look like some big shit, you know. You can come in these rooms and you can put on makeup and you can dress up clothes, but unless you are working a good, honest program with an open mind and an open heart, you are nothing but a dressed up trash can, baby. Um, I had 4 years clean time, right? Was I really clean? Was I? Because if I was really working an honest program, then I wouldn't have died 7 times this year, right? Um, they say this disease is progressive, it's fatal. And even when I was not actually using and I was abstinent, it was progressively growing inside of me, and all of that stuff that I was not, all those secrets that I was keeping, inside of me kept me sick. And I had this face and this facade, and I thought I had to be strong for everyone, and I was never being strong for even myself. So all of that stuff that I had gained in recovery, all those materialistic things, my children, my wife, my home, my car, all of that came crashing and burning real quick because I did not do what was simple in this program, which was picking up a phone, going to meetings, calling somebody, asking advice. If somebody didn't answer, call somebody else. Like, there's a reason why this stuff works for people. There's a reason why people got 30 years clean, because they are doing what is necessary to stay that way. The only thing I can say is, if you don't got a sponsor, get one. If you don't want to call them, that's when you do. When you don't want to go to a meeting, that's the best time to go. And get in the step work and get honest with yourself on paper, because once you let that stuff out, bruh, the freedom. I've only been back in the rooms since the 5th of this. No, I've been clean since the 5th, and this time I'm actually in an intensive program, and I did not want to go there. I went kicking and screaming, right? I'm not forced to go there, but the judge did say, Patsy, if you let your breathalyzer die one more time, you are going back to jail. And I done plenty of bids, but I don't want to lay down on one of those mats. I just broke my hip with the cops and stuff. So I'm telling you right now, I feel a sense of freedom and self-love I've never felt when I put all of the devices away, all of the Facebook, all of the social media, all of the people that I felt I needed to validate me for who I was. Because in this room, I don't need any other validation except for being here and coming back. So keep coming back.
All right, that was good. Very, very unexpected, but that was great. The way John set this up, man, it's always amazed. With those guys before us, before me, they know what we're in need of even before we ask. And I had those predecessors to sit here, and I didn't put them on a pedestal, right? I just saw years of work before me, right? But to come and hear somebody else. And relapse is a part of recovery. When you relapse, you don't lose your experience, right? You just need to apply that, right? So thank you. Alcoholics Anonymous was here before Narcotics Anonymous, and we're grateful for the spiritual principles and the steps that we was able to borrow, right, and create our own format, the way we do things in Narcotics Anonymous. So to have this young man to come up and just speak about 3 to 5 minutes on Alcoholics Anonymous, I don't even know the guy, but just come on, man, because I know it's a God of my understanding that sent you this way so we can hear a message. Let's welcome him, man. Come on.
Hello, I'm Billy Goodwin. I'm an alcoholic. I was sent here by God. He told me one day in Florida, he said, go to Virginia, be the true you. And that's what I've done. And John's organization here is just done something to me that I got goosebumps flowing over me right now. I admire every single one of you people. I am very proud of y'all. Not that it means anything to you, but I'm very proud to see what y'all are doing. And that was my whole deal, was to come here and listen to someone else's ideas other than mine, because in 51 years of life, it never worked. But this situation right here works very well for everyone. And to see the love that you people have for others and yourself is very positive, and it helps me 100%. And I am not a long speaker, but maybe it don't sound like it, but I really appreciate this organization and what God has done for me to bring me here and see you guys. So thank you.
All right, all right. You know, whether it's NA or AA, the message is always the same. You know what I mean? What comes from the heart reaches the heart. So if your pathway, look, whatever your pathway in it, as long as you stay clean or serene, right? Find a new way to live. You know what I mean? And fix some of that stuff you messed up. We got to clean up what we messed up, right? We'll start our life all over again. Y'all know that song. We got to clean up what we messed up. I ain't gonna do that. But look, so we got the young man from a faith-based organization. Let's see what happened. Let God speak through you too. Amen. Come on. Well, you got on the wrong shirt. You need a redskin shirt on.
Nah, we won't get into that discussion. All right, I've been here. I've been in Regenesis for 13 months. I graduated the program back in September. Decided to stay on it, so we're living house. I get emotional, so just bear with me. I've never been a big Christian or whatever. I had my beliefs, but 2020, I was locked up for whatever number of time it was, and I asked the Lord to come into my heart. I was sitting there trying to get a bond hearing, praying that I get bond. 123 days later, I finally get bond. I'm out 30 days. I come to Regenesis. My wife went to a program here in Richmond called New Life. Since that time that I've been there, the Lord has done miraculous things in my life. He's restored my marriage. I've been with my wife 14 years. February we'll be married 12. We got two kids together, and our little girl's 7. Our oldest one's 16, and Lord's done beautiful things. He's delivered me from addiction. I don't even have the desire to want to get high. He's put a boldness in me to where I go out and talk to people. Put a kindness in my heart to where I actually care about the next person. Before it was always, what about me? Me, I'm all about me. What I got to do for me and mine. Never cared about nobody else. I'm not like that no more. I just went home Monday for court, and all my charges were drug related. I was looking at 165 years total is what they could have gave me on everything. I meet a dude on the bus who just gets out of prison in Lynchburg. He's not wearing. He's got a pair of blue jeans on and a T-shirt that the bus station gave him. Man, he's getting off in Bristol, Tennessee, where I was getting off at, freezing to death. He didn't have no coat, no nothing. I gave him a shirt I had on because my ride was sitting there waiting on me. So I took a shirt off my back and gave him. I said, "Here, man, it ain't a sweatshirt, but it's something." I wouldn't have done that. That was the Lord doing that through me. That wasn't me. Next morning, I went to court, and the Lord blessed me for what I'd done that day. I walked in, was sitting there talking to my attorney. One of them, the other one was up talking to the prosecuting attorney who does not like me. And turn around, and I heard them talking. He said, 5 years. I said, They give me 5 years on all 7 felonies, run every one of them together, suspended 4 years, 6 months of it, and give me credit for time served and court costs. That ain't me. Not with my record. Not with my record. I already knew if I walked out with anything under 40, anything over 40, I was good. I knew I wasn't coming out like that. And I was sitting there in shock and awe. The judge in the case, I've never been in front of. I'm sitting there, my other attorney, she's been trying to get a guy into our program, and they keep denying him. Judge told him, so when you get all your cases done, I'll see about getting you treatment. After hearing me in front of him and viewing my case, he turned around and told my lawyer, he said, when she asked him, she said, would you reconsider it? She said, that's a program I'm trying to get him to. Will you reconsider my client's bond? He said, bring it back in front of me and I'll give him pretrial to go to the program. And like I told him, I said, I just thank him. I thank the Lord, most and foremost, he gets all praise and glory. Because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be standing here in front of y'all. I wouldn't be standing in front of that judge to get sentenced. And like I told him, I just thank them for giving me the opportunity to come out here to this program to be an example or a guinea pig for back home. Because I'm from a rural area of Virginia where there is no programs like this. The only program you get is go to jail. Well, you're going to get just as high in jail as you are on the street, if not worse. You know, and to see that the fruits of that labor is they're going to grant another man bond and let him come to this program, it's all been worth it for me.
All right. I like that. You know, and what I heard, religious, right? And I heard spirituality, right? Do y'all know the difference between religious and spirituality? Anybody want to give it a shot? Religious? All right. Okay, well then I'll give it a shot. How about that? All right, so check it out, you guys. So religious, right? Religious is man, right? We're searching for God, right? We take the Bible, we read the Bible, we are searching for God and reading about, or we could take the Torah, right? We could take the Quran, right? We take all these books and we search for God, all right? So spirituality, right? Here it is. You ready? As man, we walk with God. How many of y'all have been walking with God? Raise your hand. Look at all these spiritual people, man. You know, God have led you through some valleys of shadows of death, some things that, you know, other people would have died on, he have rescued us from, right? Some things other people probably, wouldn't make it out. And look, he made a way out of no way. You know, you can think of your own, you know, how many times you OD'd and you're still here to talk about it. That got to be God. You know, that's a power greater than you, right? And that's what I like about the 12 steps, you know, and those things, you know, that we talked about getting, you know, the sponsor and the basic text, you know, and now look, they made it a little easier than when me and John came. They got what they call the flat book. the it work how and why. Look, you can answer some questions, but when we came, man, we just had the book. I think, John, did they had a little white book? That's all they had when you was here, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, look, we are evolving, right? Because we're trying to reach as many addicts, you know, alcoholics, you know, like it's new material, you know, that we're reaching, we're using. And I have nothing against religious, you know, they stay with the Bible, you know, basic instruction for believers living on earth. That's what the Bible stands for. And they've been using that for what, 2,000 plus years, right? Because Jesus, he had to come. And once he left, right, he ascended and he's still with us in spirit. But after his walk, then they began to write the New Testament. So that's when they created the Bible. Before then it was just a Torah and all of the old books. You know what I mean? So we got these many ways, right, that help us to stop the disease of addiction. Right? Because they tried in the olden days and we're still trying it today. But one thing I know, Narcotics Anonymous, that's my pathway. It tells me it's only arrested, right? And then recover as possible, right? So grateful. You know, we had some great speakers today, and you guys, you know, I'm gonna give y'all the opportunity to ask questions. And I don't know who's supposed to answer these questions. I mean, I'm gonna do the best I can. But if you got anything that, you know, you hear it today and you got questions, you know, about Narcotics Anonymous, or Alcohol Anonymous. You know, I remember when I first got to Richmond, I was running from the dope man from Portsmouth. I ended up in Richmond in 1993, and that's where I first landed at, you know, in Alcoholics Anonymous, 210 Madison Street. You know, I didn't know how to find you guys at that time, you know, but I kept speaking that language, and they kept telling me, man, you don't belong here. I want you to go to this place called the Delta Planner on the corner of Canal and Belvedere, not with the new Delta Planner, and they had Narcotics Anonymous meeting there. So I found a home, right? But it's many pathways. So whatever your pathway is, your pathway. I'm just glad you made it this way. You know, you made it out, right? And you can stay out, right? But you don't have to do it alone. You know, so for anybody got any questions about Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, the church, you know, now check this out, right? Before I let you ask a question, because y'all know I can talk, right? Check this out, right? One thing I like about the McShin, and I got to say this, man, right? They always had a spiritual service, right? Always. And in the midst of the pandemic, like, I mean, the church, a lot of stuff was closed. So John brought in Breaking the Bondage of Addiction ministry, right? And what the ministry does, now tomorrow, we meet at 9:30, all right? And what we're going to do, we're going to talk about the third step, right? Talk about it, and then there's a Bible scripture that pertains to the third step. I'm going to talk about that. So look at that, man. It's like we got all these organizations. You got AA, you got NA, you got church, you got all. But here it is at the McShin, man. John put all of it in one pot, and we call it Breaking the Bondages of Addiction. Come on, man. Let's thank God for John again. Come on, man. Come on, man. Think about it, man. I remember this politic. I don't know his name, but I remember I heard him come here, John, about a year ago, and he called John the Moses. I can't remember that cat name, but when he said John is the Moses, he's paving the way. I mean, it was about 2 months later. Here it is, Breaking the Bondage of Addiction came, man. And then you had this type of setting today, you know, where you have NA, you have AA, you have faith-based, all in one setting for the people. It's like John continued to hear from God and make a way for the people. You know, I know Peter is this guy in the Bible named Peter, and Jesus asked Peter, "Have you fed my sheep?" You know, and most days that's all I see John doing. You know, feeding God people. We the sheep. You know, so again, all right. So real quick, anybody got any questions? We got about 20 more minutes, and yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys an opportunity to ask any questions about today. You know, we are real open for that. How about that? All right, don't be afraid now. Come on. Okay, well, we can't quit her. All right, well, real quick, I'm gonna ask this one person to just let me hear something, because I saw this person here all day today, right? And I know they got something out of it. But I just want to know, hey, Rob, what do you get out today's setting, man? Hurry up, real quick, Rob. Talk to me, man. What you get? What you get? Come on, you come on up here. Let us know what you got out of today, Rob. Just let it. Then we're gonna close out soon as Rob finishes. Come on, let's thank God for Rob.
How y'all doing? My name Rob, and I'm an alcoholic and an addict and a whole lot of stuff. But I want to speak on something else, right? I'm a crackhead, right? However, I chose AA because for me, AA has more discipline, right? I could be in an AA meeting and ain't no phones going off. All right, ain't nobody talking over there, ain't no group in the back. So that's the kind of meeting I need to get what I need to get. Now, I ain't got nothing wrong with NA, but y'all wild, man. They be wilding, man. And I just can't really concentrate in an NA meeting like I can in an AA meeting. And that's all I got for you.
All right, all right. All right, so look, real quick, let's just stand, and we're gonna close with the 3 prayers. Y'all know all the prayers? All right, cool. Let's do that. Let's stand. We're gonna close with 3. Let's do the AA prayer first. Let's do the AA prayer. Y'all ready? The AA prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Give us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the king, the power, the glory, forever and ever. Amen. All right, so the NA prayer, the surrender prayer, the NA prayer, right? The surrender prayer, right? God, grant us serenity to accept the things we cannot change, courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. All right, now the third step prayer. Third step prayer. Ready? Let's go. Take my life and my will. Guide me in my recovery. Show me how to live clean. All right, be dismissed. Huh? Oh, hold on.
Hey, let's do the Christian the Christian prayer. Amen. 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 Sing it over. Amen. All right. No, as soon as my room is cleaned up, we're gonna do the drawing for the raffle. For the money comes here. Be the quickest cleanup we've ever seen. Where's the money man? Hey, anybody lose a cell phone? Got drug numbers on it, hookers. Anybody lose a phone? If anybody knows if anybody lost a phone, here's the phone. And I'm going to leave it with, who's my, hey, Walt, it's right here. And maybe tomorrow somebody come looking for it. Walt's in charge of the lost phone. You got the live feed going still? Oh, well, they don't need to see the raffle, do they? They can see the raffle. That's cool. Are y'all ready? My floor look good. I still see some bottles and cans and stuff. Huh? All right, he's you get the money counted out. Hurry up now. You the big hustler. How'd y'all like Travis collecting the money? He's a convicted embezzler, exploiter. You're moving slow there, Travis. Let me know when you get it evenly divided. It's going to be, we'll do $201 on the first one and $202 on the second one. So 2 lucky people walking out of here. There could be 1 extremely lucky person. Now, if anybody want to go half with me, if your tickets win, you give me half. If mine win, I give you half. But you got to have at least 20 tickets. Just what do they call that? A hedge in your eyes. What are you digging in your pocket for? Quarters? But you got 2 stacks? All right. Who didn't buy a ticket? You didn't buy one. All right, come up here. Get your ass up here. Now, I want you to reach in here and grab my ticket. Just go down in and just pull one up. Wait a second. Why ain't these tore up? What the hell's wrong with you, boy?
That was the last one. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's not good enough. You can't win. You've just been banned from winning. And some of them are awful, whatever, man. That's a lot of tickets. That's the most tickets I think we ever sold, man. All right. Now look, we're gonna do 2 drawings. Man, I just don't feel like mine mixed up right. All right, pull one out. Just do one at a time. What's the last 3 numbers? Let me look. Let me check mine first. 982. No, it ain't. How do you know it's you? Let me see it. Look at that. Is that where the $100 bill come from? Yeah. You can't win but once. You let me see it. Man, how y'all feel about it? They did buy 100. What? He's got it right here. He's got it. Let me see. Is that right? He's got it. 982. Well, let's make sure the first 3 numbers are the same too. 75. Yeah. How do you got it? You got 2 different ones. 88G. His is it's the whole numbers. 758982. You win. Give him half the money. The first one. Count it. Look at that. He got all excited, didn't he, man? All right, now we're going to get mine out of here. He's trying for me. We got to call out all 6 numbers. 886 4920. That ain't gonna be me. 886 4920. They bought them after me. No, 886 4920. 886 4920. Now, whoever got it, they bought them right after me. What is it? 886 49. What'd you say? 20?
Oh, 920. That is me.
Yeah, he might have it. I got this one. You got 10 seconds to find it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're done. Where?
Right there. 886 4920.
All right, he won it. It was rigged, man. It was rigged. All right, thanks for coming out. That's it. Feel free to help clean up before you leave, though. Help the folks out in the hallway.